Can you hear me now? 'Cause I'm shouting through the noise. Can you hear me now? It's time to make a choice. We'll break the chains and rush the gates. Hurry before it's too late. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? It's time to make a choice. Break the chains and rush the gates. Hurry before it's too late. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Back in the city, it's time, ain't no turning back. Rewind, it's all or nothing, put it all on the line. I see it, I want it, I take it, it's mine. It's a Super Bowl. Who you got, who you rooting for? You remember with us, yeah, we toe-to-toe. Look and see them, they shoot, man, they losing hope. In the city, but I got with me, yeah, the pressure on, still calm in me. All the blood, sweat, tears hard on me, but the highs and lows making harm in me. Hold up, whoa, y'all are not hearing me, whoa. It ain't no fear in me, I hear them cheer. 60,000 in the stands, 100 million tuned in. It don't get any bigger than this. It don't get any bigger. It don't get any bigger than this. Touchdown, do my dance, whoa. 60,000 in the stands, whoa. It don't get any bigger than this. Couple ends with the NIL, you can tell my opponent I wish him well. I'm a big deal with it, can't you tell? Got them maxed out in the NFL. Couple rings and mementos. Whole team keep it 10 toes. Got my head high at the same time. Keep my head down, gotta stay low. See the city, but I got with me. Yeah, the pressure on, still calm in me. All the blood, sweat, tears hard on me, but the highs and lows making harm in me. Hold up, whoa, y'all are not hearing me, whoa. It ain't no fear in me, I hear them cheer. 60,000 in the stands, 100 million tuned in. It don't get any bigger than this. It don't get any bigger. It don't get any bigger than this. Touchdown, do my dance, whoa. 60,000 in the stands, whoa. It don't get any bigger than this.
Sometimes you got to get back to your roots. Remember where it all started.
Is it all a fever dream?
NASCAR Thunder 2000.
Our goal was simple. Make it authentic. The stories.
And there's a fight using Wesley's learned from his father.
The fans. The rivalries.
They got into the side of the tree.
That feeling of being part of it all. That's why we went to work on this game. We've heard you. It's been a long time since we've had a game that captures what the sport is all about. Well, time is now. This one's built for the fan, for anybody who wants to experience what it's really like. All right, let's go. From the sound to the speed to the venue.
Daytona International Speedway.
Back at Darlington Raceway.
All there's left to do is fire it up.
Tonight on Countdown to Green, we look back at the action from the Queen City Crown. We preview the stories and stars for the clash on the beach. And we have wheels to give away in partnership with Logitech G. All of that and more coming up on Countdown to Green.
Good evening, race fans, and welcome to Countdown to Green, presented by Logitech for the second tournament of the 2025-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by Play vs. College Lead, the Clash on the Beach, live from the virtual Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida. James Pike, Taylor Burris, Blake McCandless here to preview tonight's action as we go super speedway racing for the first time in this College Series campaign, Taylor.
Absolutely. It's by far my one of my former home tracks, a great facility, and I know for certain it's going to provide some exciting action from start to finish, all throughout these amazing 120 drivers down to the top 25. It's going to be exciting to see, and looking forward to seeing who comes out on top.
And Blake, Daytona is so entertaining, but it's also so different compared to so many of the other tracks we race at. The dynamics are so far removed from anywhere else we'll see on the College Series schedule that this is a bit of an outlier, but a fun one nonetheless.
You're exactly right. We finally got used to, I don't know if you want to say used to, this whole new College Series format, and then we basically had to throw anything we learned out the window when we come to Daytona, because it's such a different place, like you mentioned, than Charlotte, Iowa, Homestead, many of the different tracks that we'll be going to throughout each of this fall and spring semester. You can see some of the practice that is going on right now, and a great preview of what we're going to see later on, where several schools are going to have to come together to try to advance to next week's second round.
A lot of teamwork tonight is going to be a very, very big theme that we talk about all throughout this evening in the multiple hours of broadcast that we will bring to you of week one action. But before we talk about what you're going to see tonight, a reminder that NASCAR 25 is available now on the PlayStation 5 and both Xbox Series X and Series S. And the Gold Edition of the game features the full base game and the Season Pass, which includes a variety of in-game currency and bonuses, as well as 3 DLC packs offering over 230 paint schemes and fire suits. And the PC version of NASCAR 25 releases on Steam on November 11th. For more information, you can visit NASCAR25.com. I will admit I've been able to dig into the game. It launched the Gold Edition. Those who got the Gold Edition got access over the weekend, and so I dug into the career a little bit. And Taylor, I don't know about you, but running an ARCA car at Lime Rock in particular is a very humbling experience, because you think you're good. I learned very quickly I'm not that great.
Well, I mean, that's the good thing about it. You can always hit that restart button, go back right at it here to try again. But I do got to say, when it comes to the NASCAR 25 game, by far one of the most in-depth career modes I have ever seen when it comes to it. I mean, all the way I can think back is to 04 Chase for the Cup games back in the early 2000s is how in-depth this career mode is. I look forward to it. It's going to be exciting. Make sure to go and buy it today.
A little spoiler alert for those who haven't got it yet, but Blake, I know that you love the fact that the Arca Discovery race happens at your home track, your favorite track, Rockingham.
Yeah, I was watching along, watching some career modes that some folks are doing out there, content creators, and starting to Rockingham should be pretty easy to start the career mode for me.
Maybe not so much for everybody else, but you're pretty good at the rocks. So I figure you'll be off to a flying start once again. NASCAR25.com for more information about the video game. So much fun. A lot of people are going to have on console, I think, over the course of the fall. So much to talk about this college series. Let's start, though, Taylor Burris, with the schedule.
Absolutely. Well, of course, we wrapped up the Queen City Crown a month ago, and it's time to re-rack and restack here at the World Center of Racing for the next 2 weeks at Daytona for the Clash on the Beach. Then we'll come back in about a month's time for the Harvest Cup at Iowa Speedway, November 12th and 19th. We'll then go into the winter break here to get set here. It's going to get a little cold, a little bit chilly, but come February, we'll be back at it once again with the Michigan International Speedway for the Great Lakes Gauntlet. And then, of course, in the spring for March and April, the Old Dominion Classic at Martinsville Speedway. And then to wrap up the season, the Sunset Splash at the famous Homestead Miami Speedway. A perfect way to wrap up a season.
Martinsville, I think, will be interesting. First time we've seen that track on an eNASCAR College Series calendar, so watch out for that in March. Blake McCandless, let's take a look at the College Series new format for this season. For those who didn't get the chance to tune in to our first tournament in Charlotte, we're running tournaments now.
Exactly right, James. And again, if you're just joining us, again, we had a time attack window that all of these drivers competing to tonight advanced through. So technically, they got through this first round here at Daytona. 220 schools have registered their student drivers to try and compete tonight in week one. As we look in the middle, again, we're going to be separated into different groups throughout the course of this night that will have to have drivers compete in a first round, an LCQ, if they're not able to automatically advance through that first race. As you take a look at the bracket right there, and then eventually to the second round where the top 13 will be able to advance to next week's semifinals. But if you're with us at Daytona, well, guess what? Throw that bracket out the window. It's a brand new week. It's a brand new event. We're all the way in the top left corner, baby. That's where we're starting tonight, and you're going to have to get through every single piece of this bracket individually. No free passes, nothing like that. No hall passes, I guess we can call it that here in the College Series. To be able to move on to Daytona, everybody is starting from scratch here at the Clash on the Beach.
Here's a look at some of practice going on for the first group that will take to the track at the top of the hour. I think 3 points worth noting, Taylor Burris, off the back of what Blake said. One, your time attacks don't carry over, and your times in that don't carry over outside of what group you start in. These drivers all will qualify within their respective groups. And at the end of this evening, your finishing position in the top 13 in that second round race, the drivers who advance, that doesn't matter either with regards to where you start week two. You have to go ahead and requalify for your starting spot in one of the semifinals anyway. So there are a lot of reset points, and you can sort of break it up mentally if you need to help get through all this.
Absolutely here. And of course, the main thing is to just be a part of moving on to the semifinals. That is all you need to focus on. So 8 and 13 are pretty much those two numbers you need to realize to get yourself ready to go here tonight, James.
Good look here off the back of one of the 120 trucks that you will see in tonight's broadcast. And a reminder, while we have a moment, that if you have registered and competed in at least one time attack, if you attempted to set a time, you will automatically be entered for a chance to win a prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, and credits for iRacing. And more information and full rules are available at pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. That's the We Got Wheels giveaway, courtesy of our friends at the Blake vs. College League and Logitech G. A little bit of drafting practice here, Blake McCandless. You as the driver will know best what this means and what you can learn out of this. So for the drivers that are nose to tail right now, what are they maybe trying to figure out before we go racing?
Well, I think you could see it right there just as we're practicing, trying to look at how these trucks line up. Again, the bumpers don't align so well here in these trucks, so these pushes with drivers that duck out of line, and when you have somebody right on you, From what we could see on that onboard shot right there, it was really sketchy. If you're that lead truck, the first truck in line, to be able to be pushed, it's going to be tough to try to get around this Daytona International Speedway with all these competitors looking to try to just advance to week 2. But this is the venue that they have, one of the most iconic venues in all of motorsports. 2.5 miles, a ton of banking that'll keep these trucks wide open all the way around this Daytona International Speedway for a track that broke ground in 1959, has gone through several iterations and scans in the iRacing service, but this is the latest scan back in 2021. Parker White, if you remember, last year we were back here in the College Series. He was able to bring home the crown for the University of Maine at Augusta, and of course, with how chaotic we expect this to be, I don't imagine we'll see any repeat winners this time around.
Maybe. It might get a little bit crazy here. I think that's maybe the easiest prediction you can make. But Taylor, so many storylines that we can talk about just within this first group, much less this first week of action at Daytona.
Absolutely. We have so much to talk about here. I mean, first and foremost, we have quite a bit of drivers to talk about. As we take a look at the standings currently, Dylan Basin right now, a freshman, was able to make his debut last time out and take over the points championship lead. And speaking of freshmen that are out here competing, we have about 40 of them about to take place here tonight, going head to head. And watch out for them, because they have what it takes to surprise the regulars and the veterans of the eNASCAR College Series. In fact, last time out, it was Parker White, who was a freshman, won his first opening event for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. So there is quite a bit of them out there, some new faces, new places, and it's going to be exciting to see who can come out on top and be top honors here tonight.
Lots of fun to see with the freshmen, with how good they were. But Blake Michaelis, lots of drivers to watch out that aren't freshmen too.
Yeah, well, and the drivers that I'm looking for, again, we talked about it all throughout the Queen City Crown, was the fact that you had the University of Northern Ohio and University of Charlotte sending a ton of drivers trying to get through, and unfortunately they weren't very successful in doing so. Again, we have 8 drivers for the University of Northern Ohio, 7 at UNCC, so a pretty even matchup in terms of numbers. But remember, only 3 from both schools combined made it through to week 2 of the Queen City Crown. So it was a struggle for these 2 schools that are mainstays in motorsports and in engineering degrees for a lot of these drivers. So really curious to see how they've what they've learned and how they approach the Clash at the Beach.
You're talking about rivalries. You also got to talk about some amazing attendance here tonight. I mean, 34 new drivers are attending today's classes today at Daytona for the Clash on the Beach. In fact, a total of some of the new colleges, 5 of them are a part of the top 25 in college football. But some notable colleges that will be joining us for the first time: the University of Alabama, Northern Illinois University, University of Maryland, Texas Tech, and Illinois State University, as just a glimmer of some of the colleges that are joining us here tonight compared to the last time out when we were at the Crown City. So a lot to look forward to, Blake, but we got to talk also about the group project.
Yeah, I was going to say, back when I was a student, you have these big projects that are part of your grade, and what do you have to do in those? You have to collaborate, you have to work with others, you have to communicate. That's exactly the task that is at hand for a number of these drivers here tonight, is they have to work together to try to advance through to the second round, something that didn't really happen when we were back at Charlotte. It's all about collaborating, working together, working in the draft, and again, when you're competing with these different drivers, that's going to be something that's really interesting, trying to navigate that you want to beat these drivers, but you also have to work with them to try and advance your way through.
You might have to even work with your rival.
You're going to need, I think, Taylor, right?
I'd have to say, you might even work with your rival that you might have to see. I know we have quite a lot of rivalry games coming up, so you may have to work with that enemy here tonight in order to try to advance forward.
I think the most important thing, though, Blake, as it always is in week 1, week 2 is about getting finishing positions. But tonight, the theme is simple, and especially tonight, don't get eliminated.
Survive and advance. That's what we said a couple weeks ago. And I think that theme, although it's going to be much more difficult to do tonight, is going to be the same for these drivers. Survive, survive, survive. That is the name of the game.
Taylor, very quickly.
Just survive tonight, get to the end, don't get eliminated, and make sure you advance to the next round.
Alrighty, that does it for our Countdown to Green presented by Logitech. We'll take a quick break, and on the other side, we'll be back with Week 1 of Tournament 2, the Clash on the Beach from Daytona International Speedway. Starts next for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series.
For 8 remaining drivers, what matters is the moment.
And he's done it again!
Steeled focus on detail.
Oh my goodness, Ryan Blaney wins!
Driven by heart, steered by steady hands.
This would be epic!
The resolve to make a run for the ages.
Can you believe the finish that we are about to see?
The NASCAR playoffs continue at Talladega on NBC and Peacock.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo! My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
Dylan Basin from Pasco Hernando State will win the Queen City Crown.
The time is now, now's the time. The kid on the rise, the top spot. When I see it, it's mine. I celebrate, yeah, I'm taking a fine. I can't tame, can't put me in line. Gotta focus, standing on business, it's no emotion. Full speed with it, can I coast to the championship, brain toast.
Welcome to the World Center of Racing, Daytona, and the Clash on the Beach. New bracket, new schools, new drivers, but the same goal: survive and advance.
The time is now, whenever I can't look back. It's mine forever, I'm ready to stack. Cause I ain't been letting my team on my back. The time is now, whenever I'm making it count. Counting the times and counting me out. Straight up the mud, I'm making it out. I gotta get it, the time is now.
Good evening, race fans, and welcome to iRacing's coverage of the first week of the second tournament for the 2025-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by Play vs. College League. The Clash on the Beach, live from the virtual Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida. Dave Spike here alongside my colleagues Taylor Burris, Blake McCandless. We are Super Speedway racing in the College Series and back at Daytona once again for an even larger, bigger, jam-packed night of excitement, Taylor.
Absolutely. We're going to see some exciting racing, super speedway action that's going to test the limits of each and every single student here. And hopefully they did their homework. Hopefully they entered using AI sessions or other official events to race here at the World Center of Racing to put on us a good show and hopefully advance and don't get eliminated.
And part of not getting eliminated, Blake McCandless, I think more than ever before, we talked a little bit about it in Countdown to Green, working together. This is effectively the group project of the College Series, if you will.
Oh, for sure, and that is going to be the name of the game, is being able to find your spot in the line, find those drivers that you're willing to work with, that you're willing to trust to try and help you advance on to the next week. And I think it's going to be the same theme that we saw in the first week at Charlotte, too, avoiding mistakes, missing wrecks. All of those things are going to come into play here tonight, going to be super important because, again, you just don't want to misstep here in week one if you're trying to chase this championship at the end of the semester.
Do not need a bad finish here. You're going to need to finish decently well at Daytona if you want a shot at the title in April at Homestead, Miami. Here's a look at the schedule, where we've been, where we're going. We started off in Charlotte with the Queen City Crown. We're here at Daytona for the Clash of the Beach. We'll wrap up the fall with the Harvest Cup at Iowa. We'll head to Michigan Michigan to start off the spring semester in February. They go to Martinsville in March and wrap up the season with the Sunset Splash at Homestead Miami Speedway in the middle of April. Taylor Burris.
Absolutely. Some of the most iconic and unique tracks that will test the limits of every single student. Hopefully they will be doing their homework between now and the Harvest Cup. And then, of course, you have a great winter break to get set for the spring semester later on in 2026.
6 tournaments, 6 drivers that could potentially be winners. Here's a refresher of the new format for 2025-26. Blake Michaelis, no longer single races, tournaments that you have to survive in order to advance, claim a tournament, win the race, and get the scholarship money to boot.
Again, the drivers had to go through a time attack preliminary round just to get here tonight, but the focus is on the center of your screen and the right-hand side of your screen, getting through weeks 1 and 2. Again, these drivers they've already been divided up into groups tonight, of which will roll on throughout the course of the evening. Drivers have to compete in the first round. They have an LCQ to rely on if they're not able to automatically advance. 39 drivers to the semis, and then, of course, 13 at the end of the night will advance on to week 2 to try and see if they can collect some points next week at Daytona.
So this is the long week of the 2. We've got, by my math, I think 15 races perhaps tonight. I could be a little bit off on that, but, well, there we go. I knew I was close. So our producer coming in and saving our bacon as per usual, Taylor Burris. But a lot of action this evening as per usual in the college series. And from 120, we're going to whittle it down to 39 drivers at the end of the evening.
Absolutely. So you just don't want to be eliminated. You want to be a part of that top 39. You got to go through a lot of work to get there. So be prepared for chaos to ensue.
Plenty of chaos. Any last thoughts, Blake Michaelis, before we start tonight's program?
I would say the biggest thing you want to focus on is what the drivers in Group 1 are doing right now, which is finishing up their qualifying session, getting that track position, being able to stay up front, feel much more comfortable when you have some folks around you would trust than maybe having to come from the back and work your way forward when we don't know what could happen there. So, again, hoping that they put down a solid qualifying lap, they get the right win, whatever they need to try to give themselves a good shot tonight.
Starting up at the front, starting at the back. There are a lot of strategies that I think we're going to see over the course of the evening. How this pans out, well, that's part of the fun. That's part of why we run these races and see who finds their way to the front of the field. Might not always be the fastest truck. Might sometimes be smarts and staying out of trouble that give you a shot to make it to round number 2. Let's take a look at our big tournament bracket and see where we start off this evening as it was 1 month ago. The blinking white box is our first race, and it is going to be the first round action from race 1, group 1. We start off with Jose Solis Jr., who is the top driver in this group. Put down the time of 51.551 seconds to take top spot for UConn. The University of Connecticut, Miguel Campo from Tarleton State University in Texas starts on the outside of row 1. Third on the grid is Western Connecticut State's Jonathan Evans. The Wolf rolls for the inside of row 2. To his outside, it's the Clemson Tiger of Timothy Malfris. Nick Miller had a good showing representing Kutztown University in Pennsylvania. He rolls off 5th on the grid. 6th this evening is a regular in the college series is George Mason University's Zach Sprouse.
Moving on to row number 4, we'll find the Auburn Tigers, Auburn University's Logan Smith alongside Belmont Abbey College, Jalen Atkins in row 4. Rounding out your top 10, it's Ball State University's Daniel Nenny with Hewlin Kauser from Northern Illinois University. Wrapping up in row number 6 from East Tennessee State University, Matthew Burton. And, of course, Penn State University, home of the Nittany Lions, Andrew Voigt rounds out in 12th.
Back in row 7, starting in 13th, Jake Hall from the Clemson Tigers. Connor Berkey, 14th, rolling off for Illinois State University. Ryan Arnold, Motlow State Community College, represented there in the 15th position. And Mason Sweet, the Universal Technical Institute colors on his machine, will start tonight in the 16th position. Isaac Shelley, one of those UNH drivers that we talked about, the University of Northwestern Ohio, going to be a big factor tonight in those storylines. And Julian O'Neill, University of Delaware, starting tonight from 18th here in Heat 1. Zach Wegman for Texas State, the Bobcats, rolling off tonight from the 19th spot.
19 drivers to take to our first race of 12 this evening from the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway. Always one of the most entertaining places on the eNASCAR College iRacing Series schedule. As the pace car begins to roll off, it is time for our first look at tonight's Logitech G race analysis for our first round heat. Taylor Burris.
Absolutely. It is going to be a very quick race here tonight. 12 laps for these heat races, utilizing a fixed setup, so everyone has the same setup. It's all about who has the better skills. Of course, a 30-mile distance. Remember, top 8 advance to the second round. If you're outside of that top 8, 9th through 20, well, you got to go to the LCQ for the first round and hopefully not get eliminated. So you have a second chance, but you want to be in that top 8 to advance.
Again, no one getting eliminated in this race. Everybody's going to have at least one more shot to try and make it round 2. The question is whether or not you go straight to the second round race or whether or not you're going to have to fight your way through the last chance qualifier in order to make it into the second round race for Group 1. Blake McCandless, they're on the backstretch. If you're a driver, especially if you're starting up front like Acellas or Campo, how hard are you fighting to maintain track position?
I would fight very, very hard to try and maintain that track position. You're hoping that at some point something will happen that'll make the picture pretty clear. You're not having to be too aggressive, but you have to protect it. You never know if you're going to get that track position back if you fall down. You had a great qualifying lap. That's the reason that you're up here. Fight for it to stay up there because, again, we're only taking 8 out of this 20-truck feature, 19 trucks here for this one. That's not a lot, so you want to stay up towards front.
8 will advance directly into the second round. Everybody else is going to have to fight through a last chance qualifier. And in that race, we will start eliminating some of these drivers. But to have the honor of kicking off the clash on the beach, it is the Yukon Husky, Jose Chelis Jr., that will lead us to green flag action at Daytona. We are underway with Group 1, Heat 1. They come up double file off and away they go. Big time moves already a little bit further back as they start looking and seeing whether or not they want to go 2 and 3 wide as they come up to full song and into the high banks of turn 1 for the first time.
Jose Chelis Jr. showcasing how the Yukon Huskies are the symbol of might to the foe as he leads the charge coming off of turn number 2 down the Daytona Superstretch. The calm before the storm, but as you see right there, Miguel Campo from Tarleton State will work his way around the outside. We do have 2 drivers, though, starting from pit lane at the moment. Basin, your winner from the Queen City Crown, and Berkey, who are starting outside in the pit lane. Smart move, possibly, but a lot can still happen between now and the end.
Well, Blake, let's explain that because it's a big thing to note when your tournament winner, Dylan Basin, is starting for the pits. But here at Daytona, why would you not start directly with the pack in a situation like this?
Well, you're put in a situation where we're not throwing caution flags in this 12-lap heat. So if you think that there's going to be chaos and you just want to get through it, that's the way to do it. Start from the pit lane, get out there, and get away from the pack. But because look at this, 2x2, and these trucks, they don't like being pushed all very much. It's very easy to get these trucks out of shape. So they don't have a lot of faith that some of these drivers are going to be able to figure it out. We're 2 wide right now. Wouldn't be shocked if we're 3 wide at some point. But right now, Zach Sprouse and that George Mason Silverado staying put there in the second lane with Jake Hall for the Clemson Tigers, trying to get that second lane to roll some momentum right now.
Mason Sweet from the Universal Technical Institute is the first driver to try and make it 3 wide. As you see a few drivers trying to dip below the yellow line. It was Kutztown University's Nick Miller who thought about going inside and then thought better of it. As Sweet is going to drop all the way to the back of this group. But that's the danger. If you go out there in that third lane and don't get anywhere, that's a problem. A little bit of contact, though, up front. Dudley's got bounced down to the inside, had to go underneath the double yellow line to catch the truck.
That was a close call right there for him. He's able to gather it up, but that's now going to cause everyone to go 3 abreast outside of the top 2 as they work their way through. There you see the Kutztown driver, Miller, stuck in the middle. He's got quite a bit of help, though, from Auburn, along with Daniel Nanny from Ball State right there. So Smith and Nanny working well as they will propel Miller up to the race lead for a brief moment, but Malparis from Clemson will now fight on the outside lane to try to lead the train.
How nervous are you if you're a driver anywhere amidst this top 10? Because I think for a lot of them, Blake, this is maybe not necessarily the last thing they wanted to see, but I definitely don't think they love being this aggressive this early as we take a look at what happened to Jose Childress Jr. Just sort of caught in between lanes, a little bit of a bad bump there, got caught off Jonathan Evans' nose and had to go underneath the O-line to check out.
And that was almost a very costly mistake again, trying to control both lanes. There was a truck already down there, but that's put him in a position that, he's bouncing around the cut line right now. That's how tight it is. We talked about wanting to protect that lead. Well, now, because of that one mistake, Solis is in, and in fact, he's out right now. So he's outside of the top 8. And you can see, even as they work, especially from this camera angle, about these trucks that they don't handle very well, even when they're going in a straight line. If anything, they look better in the corners than when they get on these straightaways, when they're receiving those bumps. You can see them dart out of line. You also have to remember in these trucks, you don't want to overheat. So those trucks that are second, third, fourth in line, they're having to duck out because they don't want to overheat. They don't want to blow a motor in front of the entire field. So all of that coming into fruition right now, and again, 3 wide. We've made it work for a couple laps, but as we approach halfway, I don't know how much longer we'll be able to make it work.
These trucks might look like they're going straight from our TV angles, but in reality, anything but. They are all over the place already, and one bad move, one wrong mistake could take out more than a handful of these trucks and could potentially bring a Connor Berkey or Dylan Basin into the mix for a direct transfer spot into the second round.
Absolutely, and to ride on board with Timothy Malparis from Clemson University. Clemson, of course, not having the best season. They're currently 3-3 as they go up against SMU this weekend, but he is trying to represent the Clemson Tigers as best he can. Have a look at his onboard. Got a real nice setup here as he tries to focus in and try and lead that charge on the outside lane with help from Sprout and George Mason University. Have to see how much he's sawing on the wheel. Just shows how much twitchiness is in there. You have to be careful with how much input, otherwise it could cause the big one here today.
At least a big curve monitor setup for Timothy. Might have been triple monitors there, but pretty big field of vision, which Blake McCandless at a place like Daytona you can benefit from, because there's so much happening on either side of you, and you're moving so quickly and you're so close. Sometimes you don't even necessarily have the opportunity to look that way.
Well, it's important that you want to use every bit of space you have. If you're Malparis right now for the Clemson Tigers, you're trying to control that middle lane, but you have to side draft him to do it. So you want to stay up on the right side door of Daniel Nanny here, or Smith, who's kind of poking out for the race lead, as there's a battle of Tigers up here at the front of the pack. But again, very important that you're aware, and again, you're trying to utilize that side draft what these trucks do have to try and slow down those inside lanes, and especially if you're that third lane, it's very, very important. That's why you can see only 3 trucks right now. You see Malparis, Sprouse, and another truck up there. They only have 3 trucks, but they're able to compete with the middle and the inside lane that has more numbers because of the work they're doing right now to try to side draft to control and keep those lanes on the bottom pinned down there.
Well, you said they had 3 trucks, and then Isaac Shelley from the University of Northwestern Ohio decided to jump up there. So now it's 4 trucks in that third lane, and about even truck numbers in the inside lane and the middle lane, Taylor Burris.
Absolutely. It's just all a matter of just trying to be balanced. You got to be keeping your head on a swivel, especially if you're stuck in that middle lane, like we see Daniel Nanny, along with O'Neill, who's right there on the cusp of it, representing Delaware as he tries to work his way through and push the drivers up ahead just to give them that extra inch. And with 4 laps to go, anything is possible. Shelley now breaks into the top 8 now, and he has worked his way forward as we ride on board with the driver of O'Neill and Delaware as he tries to find his opening. He just can't get to the bottom or the top side. He's just stuck in the middle and unfortunately can't really make that move that he wants.
So that was interesting. You saw the top line get that great run, and Jake Hall dropped down in the middle lane. That leaves Belmont Abbey's Jalen Atkins as the first truck on the high line. And then Zach Sprouse also was in that outside lane and decided to duck to the bottom as we come to 3 to go, already starting to bounce around. Atkins gets a good run up top. It's now C.L. Smith representing the Auburn Tigers, who was in control of the middle lane. Sprouse decided to cover it, and Nick Miller's been pretty consistent on that inside lane right behind Hall, the Clemson Tiger.
Watch out, though, right there on the outside lane. The Belmont Abbey driver is making a run of Atkins. Jalen with help has trouble. One truck gets loose. That is going to be problems, and he will collect multiple trucks out of turn 3 and 4. A tough break for multiple drivers. Sweet involved. Looks like Campo and many more, as it's now, that's a fight right there between O'Neill and Hall for the final transfer spot.
And so that cleared up the picture pretty significantly as we've got even more people spreading out and going crazy here up at the front of this field as all of a sudden here comes Daniel Nanny to the front of the picture.
Another car or truck at the outside wall. It's the Texas State driver who got,
I think, mixed up. There's so much happening. There's crazy things happening already as people try and get themselves sorted. Meanwhile, you've got this group here led by Atkins, all single file, all trying to catch the leaders, Nanny, Sprouse, Shelley, and Burton, all in the mix.
If I was those drivers on the top screen, I would not be fighting at all, especially if they come to the white flag, because as we see, Smith and company are closing and barreling down on them. Atkins is now in front of them. That's going to help them propel. So hopefully the only driver we got to watch is Evans from Western Connecticut. He is right there on the back bumper of Malparis to help see what he can do. But Malparis does have a Clemson teammate of Hall right behind him, 10, and he hits the wall off turn 2.
Well, they all went double file there. I think they were all trying to cover the run that was going to come. Oh, Sprouse gets into Matthew Burton. Burton gets the bump, gets sent out of the way. Nanny in control of this. 3 wide at the front. He tries to block, goes back down to the inside. Shelley leading that outside line. Sprouse looking for room in the middle. And I think somehow out of all of this, you're going to end up seeing this be the double file finishing order some way, somehow in this first race.
Absolutely. If they come to the line, it will be Nanny who will move and win this heat race. And I gotta say, who makes it over? It's going to be C.L. Smith who transfers in the 8th spot.
Already crazy at the end of that. So Nanny, Shelley, Atkins, Sprouse, Evans, Hall, O'Neill, and Smith. The 8 that move on into the second round. Everybody from Malparis on down going into the last chance qualifier.
I mean, what a chaotic finish right there, James. I mean, we saw drivers who were looking to be eliminated, then came back to it, and finally, we now have your top 8. Of course, Jose Salas Jr. was one of the drivers we thought would guarantee him a shot into transferring, has to go into the LCQ.
And Berkey and Basin, their strategy kind of worked. Maybe not, all the way up in the LCQ, but they finished 13th and 14th. They were not last like they ran at the very beginning of that race. Let's move on now to the second first round race of group number 1, which sees veteran of this series, Mario Miranda, the fastest driver to roll off and begin our proceedings for this second heat race. Ran a 51.559 to take the pole in heat 2. Nathan Scott for the Rebels of the University of Nevada at Las Vegas starts on the outside of the front row. Nathan Campbell from Tarrant County Community College starts third. Robbie Norris representing Purdue University in Indianapolis will begin from the 4th position. Landon Matherson from Southeastern Louisiana University starts 5th. 6th on the grid is Alex Anderson from the University of Northwestern Ohio.
Moving on to row number 4 as they work their way through. It's going to be Jake Innes from Belmont Abbey College. He's going to be lining up alongside Jack Stoneman from the University of Northwestern Ohio. Rounding out your top 10 will be Dylan Baum from Bismarck State College and Colin Bazinski from Central Michigan University. Rounding out in row 6, it is 2 of the UNC Charlotte drivers of Noah Nicholson and Alexander Papadimitorio from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte.
14th from Wilson Community College, as well as Andrew J. Mellon from the University of Arkansas. Carson Bowers, representing the Boilermakers of Purdue University, will start tonight from 15th. Daniel Falkingham, University of Maine at Machias. And again, a driver that was competing to win the Queen City Crown a week ago will start tonight in 16th. Chase Swank, 17th. 18th, as you look back here throughout the field, Logan Clampett, interesting strategy here. Going to go from 19th for Cal State Fullerton, and Edward Sanchez for Baruch College going to make out the 19th and 20th positions.
Two really interesting stories at the back of this grid between the defending champion of this series and the very, very lucky sort of card. Remember the story that Edward Sanchez told us, make sure that he got through into the second week of proceedings, Taylor Burris. So two very fun ones to watch back there as we look once again at a Logitech G Race analysis.
Absolutely. Well, we'll re-rack them and restack them with a new set of drivers for 12 laps here, utilizing that fixed setup. Of course, 30 miles is the distance. Top 8 is where you want to be. And as we saw in that first grouping or first heat race in Group 1, you could be outside that top 8 within a lap's time and be either moving on to the LCQ for the first round, or you could be moving on to the next round. It's all a matter of how you play your cards and how nice you play well with others at the end of this race.
I think the interesting thing to me, Blake, just looking at the way that first heat panned out, is that we didn't see a lot of calamity, especially in the beginning of that race. The same way we did with some of the races at Charlotte in the first round. All of the craziness happened towards the end of that first heat.
Yeah, I was quite surprised to see that, and I think as we continue to go on through the night, that's probably not what we should expect. I think drivers, after watching that first heat, and especially seeing the fact that, yes, you had those drivers that planned on starting in the back, that willingly rolled off of pit road thinking that there would be more chaos, and that ended up not happening. So I think that makes those drivers who are in Heat 2, Heat 3, and some of these other groups, they're going to be a little more desperate to get to the front, because there's no guarantee that the chaos that they're anticipating that they thought was going to happen earlier so that they can make up spots is even going to be in play.
And or if you decide to drop towards the back, if you'll get the opportunity to go back up. But again, we saw how Berkey and company managed to go from the back and go a little bit further up. So I think there's a question as to how much validity the dropping back strategy has, but I think there's definitely room to make it work some way, somehow, especially in this first week, as Mario Miranda will get things going for the Sooners of Oklahoma. We're underway in our second first-round race in Group 1. Good push, though, for Nathan Scott, the running rebel. Races his way to the front with help from Purdue and Indianapolis's Robbie Norris. And that outside line got a really good push, Taylor, there going into 1.
Absolutely, so far. And one thing I'm going to be keeping an eye on is our two main rivalry schools that we talked about in the pre-race festivities and countdown to green. University of Northwestern Ohio lined up nose to tail, while the two UNC Charlotte drivers are side by side, a little bit further back as they try to negotiate through the chaos that ensues. But how about Scott leading the charge there for the University of Las Vegas, the Rebels leading over the Sooners as they come off of turn 4 for the opening lap.
So Scott, Miranda, Norris, Nathaniel Campbell running in the fourth. Alex Anderson has some help there with Jack Stoneman right behind. So two UNOH drivers working together. First time we've seen that, I think. Probably not the last time we're going to see that as we go on board with Super Mario.
And again, you would think, okay, he's leading. This is a really comfortable spot to be at, but just look at the hands. Look how much work he's doing behind the wheel. These trucks, especially when you're in the lead and you're the one getting pushed, it's so sketchy. It's not so easy as you would think to try and lead this pack. And Miranda trying to do as smooth of a job as he can to establish his position, to make it easy for that truck that's behind. Right now it's Campbell who's able to come through and try to provide that push, but you could see just trying to settle in and be steady to give that truck behind a good area to push you in, and knowing exactly where your truck is going to be.
But look at Jack Stoneman. They've already fanned out in 3 wide racing once again. I think we're starting to learn very quickly that is going to be part of the norm. The question is just going to be how aggressive these drivers are in all these three wide battles and how much the outside line is going to be able to leapfrog that inside line. I think if I'm at the back of that line down to the bottom, I'm a little bit worried, Taylor Bruce, because just with the way the runs work, the outside line gets the momentum, especially going down the straightaways. Usually it's the opportunity to drop in front of whoever leads that inside line, so you can shuffle to the back pretty quickly if the outside line gets their act together.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that in the first race where those drivers were on that outside line. They quickly dove to the bottom, even sometimes worked their way up to the top or middle lane to try to block off that run that's coming. We may see that more often here later on tonight as we get further and further into the races that we'll see here tonight. But one thing to keep an eye on as well is with that outside lane, that third lane, yes, it can get that good run, but the problem is that momentum can go away so quickly once more cars start to fade out and go to that second or bottom lane. So be careful and mindful of that, and make sure you have enough friends up there at the top to help you propel forward.
If you can get it right, you can get it very right. But if you get it wrong, you can go to the back very quickly. So it's going to take, I think, a little bit more coordination for that group running right up against the fence in order to make things work. But the potential rewards up on that high lane are arguably greater than run either in the middle or on the bottom. Blake McCandless, we go on board with Trey McCrickard representing Augusta University out of Augusta, Georgia. If you're in his position, what are you seeing? What are you thinking when you put your driver's hat on?
I'm seeing about 2 or 3 rows I can make up if I go to the top right now. That's exactly what I would try to do, is get in, especially considering the position you're in. You're in 19th, and as much as, yes, you don't want to get involved in an incident, and that can certainly happen here, but just think about, you have to be willing to try something, because if you're just going to finish 19th, you're going to have to go through the LCQ anyway. But also, I think you got to know the drivers that are around you. Again, that's why you have to study up and do your homework here. Logan Clampett, you're behind Logan Clampett. I think he knows what he's doing, so I would try to work with him to try to go forward as well. But look at the top lane. Only 4 trucks, but yet it's still rolling. So if I'm a McCrickard back there, that's exactly what I'm thinking. It's try to get up to that top lane, because right now it's rolling. As you can see, the bottom lane continuing to kind of stack up behind Miranda.
And Miranda got that great run, but look at what Nathan Scott and company get on that high line. Look at the gap they pull on Miranda. That's 2 trucks that are going to be able to jump in front of Miranda. And if you're on that bottom line towards the back of it, now I think, Blake, maybe you might have to start thinking about either going to the high lane or maybe at this point just hitting the eject button. As one truck got sideways there, just had a picture, and I see trucks fanning. Oh, sideways and on, it's lit. I think there might have been a rollover there a little bit, but it was Alexander Papadimitriou who got turned around at the exit of turn 4. And Papadimitriou is the first driver that we almost certainly expect will be in that last chance qualifier.
Absolutely a tough break there in the first unfortunate situation for UNC Charlotte. I mean, we saw how much they struggled in the qualifiers a month ago in their home track. So let's see if they can try to pull themselves together and come out with a better performance as Daniel Falkingham takes over the race lead for Maine at Machias here. He'll get some help right there from a push of Nathan Scott. And then on the outside lane is going to be Bowers, who leads that outside lane for Purdue, as we take a look at the replay on the bottom to get a better idea of what happened to Papadimitriou.
So we'll see here. Just tried to come down and was not clear. I think that's a very simple, easy explanation. That truck did go over one time. And oh, by the way, you just mentioned him, Blake McCandless. Look who's third on that outside line right now. It's none other than our defending champion, the Titan from Cal State Fullerton, Logan Clampett.
And I think that's going to how you're going to have to do it if you are going to move forward, and that's exactly what Clampett did, utilizing the third lane, utilizing this middle lane. Again, I feel like when you're in the bottom lane of these trucks, you just kind of get pinned down there by the trucks in the middle and the trucks on the outside. So if you're going to move forward, that's where you want to go. Now, granted, you may not be looking to win this race. You just want to be far forward enough that you may not have much to worry about. So maybe grab the race lead and go back down to the bottom where, admittedly, there's a lot of space here at Daytona, especially now the backstretch isn't paved anymore. There's a lot of room to go down there if you see anything developing. If there is a problem, it's always better to be, I would say, in that bottom lane. As you can see Carson Bowers right now, Purdue, he's kind of that second truck on the inside, communication with his spotter or perhaps other drivers that may be going on right now, just trying to ease that. Edward Sanchez, remember, started 20th, gave us quite an interview trying to get into the Queen City Crown a week ago. Just got out of NIS, and here he is here at Daytona, trying to almost take the lead, driving all the way through the field.
Not in a bad spot either. Second truck on that outside line has got plenty of options, whether or not he decides to want to work together with Carson Bowers, or maybe he's the one that jumps up and creates that third line. We see some drivers trying to make the jump to the outside and go do it. Alex Anderson now dragging Robbie Norris. Those two have worked together pretty well in this lead race, and they have started the three-wide procession once again a little bit further back. We're starting to see more drivers go up to the top and try and work that up.
Take a look right there on the side of all the positions gained. Bowers, Sanchez, and Falkingham, some of your biggest movers, picking up over 15 spots for some of them as Falkingham leads the charge coming down. But here comes Bowers with a big push from help from Sanchez, and he's still shoving him through the middle of turn 3 and 4. Side-by-side battle for the race lead. You're talking about an eNASCAR competitor going head-to-head with a 3-time national karting champion and Team USA representative as he comes across the line, leading that lap with 3 to go.
Bowers went up to the top to take away the run from Logan Clampett, did that, and then decided that the safer move was going to be to ride on the bottom line and got to the inside line right by the double yellow stripes. So now Bowers leads the bottom lane with Sanchez, who is in the middle, and Logan Clampett up on that high line leading that group.
And oh, by the way, that's where that transfer is going to be in that third row. If we stay 3x3, are the UNOH trucks going to have to compete with one another to try and make it into this group of 8 to try to advance out of Heat 1. You can see them coming off of turn number 4. A couple of trucks getting a little squiggly now. Bowers leading the way. He has control. He can block any lane that he wants. That's exactly where you want to be as they come around to take the white flag, but I don't think they're going to finish this orderly.
Where does this come unglued, or does it stay together all the way? We see all these trucks weaving and bobbing in every single individual lane. Taylor Burris, something's waiting to happen. There's one big move up to the front. You start to see trucks go sideways and get out of the way. Will they stay together coming back to the line?
One way to find out as they work their way down the end of the Daytona Superstretch, heading into turn 3 and 4. Bowers on the bottom with help from Falkingham. Can Sanchez find his opening to lead here coming out of turn number 4 as Super Mario works around the outside? A block is thrown from Bowers. Contact is made. Who will survive as they cross the line?
Everybody wrecking here in the front, and that is going to make it easy for Carson Bowers to sneak his way through things and claim this second of 2 first-round races. And there were some drivers that were not in the top 10, or top 8 rather, of that. Wyatt Thompson, Jake Innish, I know, were outside the cut line coming out of turn 4 and made it in because they wrecked coming to the stripe.
Unfortunate for Super Mario, I have to say. He was just 4 thousandths of a second from making it into that race, but unfortunately, he'll have to go into the LCQs along with the rest of the field. A couple of drivers, Alex Anderson for University of Northwestern Ohio. Both of the UNC Charlotte drivers also having to go into the LCQs. So, tough break there for some of our drivers and rivalries that we're keeping an eye on tonight.
There were more than a handful of drivers who were in great shape coming out of turn 4 who found themselves in the LCQ by the time they hit the start-finish line. Here's a look at the finish and a good shot of just how crazy it got amongst drivers who were already in transfer positions. That, I think, is a theme we're going to see again and again and again. So now we turn our attention to the last chance qualifier. We are now getting ready to eliminate some people, and we're going to see who goes home after this race. Here's your starting grid. Timothy Malphurs for the Clemson Tigers rolls off from pole. Dylan Baum from Bismarck State College starts second. Oleg Kauser from Northern Illinois, the Husky, rolls off from the 3rd spot on the grid. 4th on the grid belongs to Central Michigan's Colin Basinski. Jose Solis Jr., representing the UConn Huskies, starts 5th. Alex Anderson from UNOH, the University of Northwestern Ohio, starts 6th.
Moving on to row number 4 as the field works their way through. As we wait here for a second. But, of course, moving on into the next grouping of row number 4, it will be the drivers of Ryan Arnold from Mont Love State Community College, followed by Andrew Jamalin from the University of Arkansas, Connor Berkey from Illinois State University, and Chase Swank from Chattahoochee Technical College will round out your top 10. With Dylan Basin, your previous race winner at Charlotte from Pasco Hernando State College, and Robbie Norris from Purdue University in Indianapolis.
And these drivers getting desperate towards the rear of the field as we look back to the starting grid of row 7 here for this LCQ. Mason Sweet, UTI. We saw him going up in the third lane early. He'll try to get back up there from 14th. Landon Matherson, Southeastern Louisiana University, with the green and gold for 14th spot. Andrew Vogt starting in 15th for Pennsylvania State University. Trey McCrickard, we saw him kind of wrapped up in that incident, starting 16th. He'll try to make his way back forward. Nick Miller for Kutztown University of Pennsylvania starts 17th, and Alexander Papadimitriou, again, was on his lid, but he still has a chance in 18th.
Matthew Burton, representing the Buccaneers of East Tennessee State, rolls off from 19th. 20th on the grid is Noah Nicholson, the Charlotte 49er. Zach Wegman, the Texas State Bobcat, and Logan Clement from Cal State Fullerton start in row 11. So Clement's got some work to do to make sure that he makes week number 2. And the Miguel Campo from Charlton State and Mario Miranda from the University of Oklahoma, they have big-time work. They want to make sure they make it into our second round race for group number 1. Those are the 24 drivers competing in this LCQ for Group 1. Everybody starts this Sailorverse, but as we'll see in our Logitech G-Race analysis, not everybody is going to continue on from this race.
Absolutely. Here it is going to be the same thing here, pretty much 12 laps to determine who will be able to work their way through. But the only difference is we are taking the top 10 that will advance to the second round. If you finish 11th on back, unfortunately, you will be eliminated. You will have to go back to class, back to homework, study, and try to see if you can get yourself ready to head to the Midwest and to corn country in Iowa in a month's time.
Drivers coming up to speed and up to the high banks here. And now I think with 2 races, I think we're starting to see enough of a sample size to where if there's anything that becomes very obvious to me, Blake McCandless, it's that the chaos may be confined out to the last lap and the last lap alone, but gradually I think with all these races there should just be a general steady increase of just wildness, where the beginnings of these races might not be as chaotic as Charlotte, but the end, I think, perhaps.
Yeah, it's going to be really crazy here. But again, only 12 laps to try and get it done. Exactly what we saw through these opening heats, now through this LCQ. It comes up quick, and we'll see how aggressive these drivers are willing to be to get to the front.
Drivers working their way through the banking, getting ready to roll into action here from Daytona International Speedway. The LCQ for Group 1. We've got 3 groups that are going to take to the high banks of Daytona this evening. So if you're a little bit worried about the racing that you missed and you feel like you just are going to miss out on all of it, trust me. We've got so many more drivers that are about to take to this, I believe 68 that are still yet to even make a lap around Daytona International Speedway in College Series Week 1 competition for tournament number 2, the Clash on the Beach at Daytona. Timothy Malfris and Dylan Baum, your 2 at the front of the field for this LCQ. Green flag is out. We are off and racing once again at Daytona. Top 10 make it through. Everybody else goes over there. Some big names, Taylor Burris, that have to come from the back of this field.
Absolutely. Let's see how quickly and how safely they make their way up to the front of the field right now as we watch the drivers negotiate, get themselves ready for a run as they come off of turn number 2. But we see here, can we see the driver Jose Salas Jr. work his way through? He's stuck on that inside lane. 3rd truck on the bottom as Malfris leads the charge with Chowser right behind.
So Malfris has control of that inside lane. Baum is still the 1st truck in that 2nd lane, but they've dropped back maybe a truck length or 2. Nobody's decided to go to the outside yet. I'm keeping an eye, though, about center of the picture, that blue and orange car. What is Logan Clement going to do about this Blake McCandless? And I think we're kind of getting our answer. He's trying to get to the front pretty early.
Yeah, I think he saw what happened through some of the opening heats, and he just wants to be up front and in control, and if something happens, so be it. But you can even see up front early on, Jose Solis Jr. hopefully taking some lessons learned from the heat that he was in. Again, this is about the same position. He was just leading the inside lane rather than the outside lane or that middle line right now. and trying to hold on to that spot. Malthus, again, not the first time we've seen the Clemson Tigers up front over the course of the night, leading the field into turn number 3. Is again trying to get formed up, and it seems like it takes about 3 or 4 laps before we get some trucks that are brave enough to go up there and try to make a distinct third groove. You can see that second lane, and we'll kind of swing out wide here through these opening couple laps, but looking to see who's going to be brave enough to take that chance. And there you go right there, the Cal State Fullerton driver going to try to bring some with him, and well, UNOH sees it. Cowser jumps up in front of Clampett and Anderson as well.
So Cowser jumps up there with the 2 UNC Charlotte trucks. Papa Demetrio trying to atone for the incident in turn 4 in his heat race. And he's got a little bit of help just behind him as well. The second truck there is Noah Nicholson. So Papa Demetrio and Nicholson working together. We talked about the team effect and especially the college effect. If you've got teammates in a particular race, I have to believe there's a huge strategic advantage to that, Taylor Burris.
Absolutely. You want to try to find that dance partner pretty quickly, as we see here. They are working with Clampett to keep him, even though he is leading and pushing Anderson, a rival for them. UNOH driver up leading the charges. He will take over the late lead. Clampett, though, working hard with him, trying to keep him up there and keep that outside lane momentum because it's starting to build. You also have the Arkansas driver of Jamalin right there, along with the third from Augusta helping him out as they just start to sidetrack and start to pull it as Clampett leads the charge with Jose Salas Jr. on the bottom. Now, Clampett drops to the second row.
Logan Clampett casually up 20 spots from where he started this race within 4 laps. So, our defending champion with the very clear game plan and knows exactly what he is up to. Also, the first opportunity we've had to take a look here at Landon Matherson's on board, representing the Southeastern Louisiana University contingent out of Kentwood, Louisiana, but right in the middle of all that madness, Blake McCandless.
And this is where it's so difficult. You're about that 4th or 5th truck in the middle lane, and you're just having to try and find somewhere to push. You got to be really careful as much as you want to go up there and help Kaczynski and the rest of the teammates. You want to call them that in your line. You can't be too aggressive when you're that 5th or 6th truck in line because, again, you get another great view of it here as we go down into the corner, just how sideways these trucks are. A couple of trucks dunking out of line, trying to cool off. There was Nicholson there on the high line in the Charlotte 49er truck. But as we approach the tri-oval and we go into the second dog leg here at Daytona, it's just so, again, that's probably the most difficult spot to be, that 5th or 6th truck in line, trying to help your line, but you also don't want to make a mistake and make a bad bump because obviously that's not going to help anybody.
Really isn't going to help anybody here. If anything, it might help the people way in the back of this. If you make some sort of crazy bump, try some sort of crazy move, make some sort of crazy jump either in or out of line to try and control one of these lanes or get to a different lane. Every move, I think, has to have a pretty significant degree of calculation to it, Taylor Burris.
Absolutely. It's all about calculating, determining which lane is going to be the best one to work with as we ride on board with Papa Demetriou right there, sitting comfortable in the 5th spot, now working his way up to be one of that front group, and he has moved up quite a significant margin, 15 spots as he sits in 3rd, going around Anderson right there with help from his teammate of Nicholson. So both the UNC Charlotte drivers working very well together to try to make sure they advance into that next race as they're 3 abreast coming out of turn number 2 down the Daytona Super Stretch, and it's going to be exciting. Can they hold on for the next 6 laps?
I sort of think that Papa Demetriou's whole strategy was heavily influenced by what happened to him in that first race. Big bump there, though. A little bit too much help there from Nicholson, and so they came unglued and they'll have to gather back up. But with the way he was sort of stuck at the back and ended up getting caught up in that incident from ballpark 10th, if my memory serves me correctly, in that first heat race, is a lot of weaving and bobbing in the middle of the pack there. But if you end up in a situation like that, I think it makes tons of sense, Blake McCandless, to think, well, if I was sitting in the middle of the pack and I got wrecked in my heat and I have to make it to this LCQ, I'd rather try and take control of my own destiny, put it in my own hands, and race my way to the front anyway.
And I think that's the mentality that you're seeing out of a lot of these drivers. Heck, you can see Jamilin right there for Arkansas giving a couple of bumps to Nicholson that got him a little out of shape. You can see how much that's kind of gotten the top lane out of whack. Again, it takes about another lap to try and collect back up, get all those trucks formed up, and try to make a move. I think, again, as long as you don't make any mistakes, you're going to be able to carry that momentum. These lanes stall in these trucks if you're on the bottom or the middle, and that third lane can start to get rolling here, but 4 to go. If you're further back in the pack, I think you hope that there's some chaos happening, and your spotter is going to have to be really quick to tell you exactly where to go to miss the chaos. But again, that cut line, as they run right now, it's right in the middle of that fourth row, so that's going to swing back and forth nonstop if we stay 3 wide for these remaining 3.5 laps.
Worth noting that our tournament winner from Charlotte, as we go on board a little bit further back with Connor Berkey for Illinois State University, but Dylan Basin did not grid up with the rest of this field. He has lost the draft out on his own and is almost certainly going to need a pretty big pileup in some form just to have a chance to make it into the second round to get out of the LCQ. So it could very well be an early exit for the holder of the Queen City Crown. Meanwhile, Clampett leading that middle lane, Solis control of the bottom, and Papademetrio leading that outside line with help from Nicholson behind.
It was so close. That chaos was about to ensue in that middle group right there between Berkey and company. They were side drafting, beating and banging, nearly losing control of their truck. There goes several trucks down below that yellow line, and that's going to not be good. Here we go. Can we keep it clean behind them as they come off of turn number 4? Berkey holds on for the moment with help from Morinda coming out of turn 4.
Managed to save it, but they have work to do, and 2 laps now to find their way into the top 10. And the biggest thing, they're going to get a big run here coming into turn 1. They're going to have absolutely nowhere to take it as Morinda tries to hit check Berkey, and then they spin in the middle of the pack, and here they go up into the fence. This will shake up the top 10, and it might make it easy for everybody who was clear of the madness.
I was about to say, looking at the scoring order, it looks like most of the cars that are going to be competing in the transfer are going to be fine. You can even see the look on the faces of some of the competitors that are up here at the front. They are almost thinking, oh man, we can breathe a sigh of relief here because we're probably going to be in a position to advance. There's Norris right now, 10th driver in. Has some draft to catch the Illinois State driver in front of him, but Matherson just outside of your frame, going to use just as much draft to try to catch the Purdue Boilermaker. So this is going to be a really interesting final lap. There's Matherson, who will have time to build up a run by the time they get to 3 and 4 or so.
So Norris is going to push Berkey and try and tandem draft for all it's worth. Meanwhile, starting to see even more drivers slide out. There's Dylan Basin, who you just saw getting lapped as one of the drivers who did not make the grid. All the drivers racing the top portion of the screen, racing for starting position in the second round race, and nothing less. Taylor Burris, it's the battle on the bottom. We're watching to see which driver is the last to make it in.
You're absolutely right. Hopefully these drivers in the top 8 don't do anything too crazy, as Norris looks to be comfortable to transfer in as they race to the checkered flag. Around the outside, Anderson with a big push as they cross the line. It will be Logan Clampett for Cal State Fullerton to win this race.
Clamp wastes no time getting to the front, wins the LCQ. We'll see him in round 2, and all of these drivers are going to advance as well. The UNC Charlotte 49er pair of Papademetrio and Nicholson make it as well. Berkey, Robbie Norris, the last one to go in, but I think the big story, Blake Michaelis, you look at the second page, there are some big drivers that did not make it even to the second round of this race. Mario Miranda is one that jumps immediately off the page, and Dylan Basin also didn't make it either.
Yeah, Nick Miller, another name that I would have expected to see up towards the front, and unfortunately not advancing. Ryan Arnold, Landon Matherson was so close, wasn't able to build up enough draft there at the very end, but this is what has made this college series so cutthroat, because we have great drivers that are talented, but they are not able to survive to get through to this second round to try to get in the top 13. Again, we've moved almost all the way through Group 1 throughout the portion of the night. This is how they'll line up to try and advance to Week 2.
Daniel Nanny from Ball State University will lead them to green in the second round race. Carson Bowers, representing the Boilermakers of Purdue, will start second. Third on the grid, inside of row 2, is UNOH's Isaac Shelley, and the University of Maine at Machias's Daniel Falkingham starts from 4th. Jalen Atkins from Belmont Abbey, the Crusaders, starts in the 5th position, and Edward Sanchez from Baruch College out of New York City starts in 6th.
Moving on as we get set in row number 4 as drivers get themselves organized out onto the circuit. It will be Zach Sprouse from George Mason University alongside Jack Stoneman from the University of Northwestern Ohio. Rounding out your top 10 is Jonathan Evans from Western Connecticut State University alongside Nathaniel Campbell from Tarrant County Community College. Rounding out row 6, Jake Hall from Clemson University and Nathan Scott from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
Back in row 7, Julian O'Neill for the University of Delaware, starting alongside Jake Innes from Belmont Abbey College. Logan Smith leading earlier for the Auburn Tigers, starting in 15th here in this final stage to advance to week 2. Wyatt Thompson for Wilson Community College will start tonight in 16th. Logan Clampett, by virtue of his heat win, will roll off 17th for Cal State Fullerton, and Alex Anderson, finishing second, will roll off 18th.
UConn's Jose Childress Jr. starts 19th. 20th on the grid is Augusta University's Trey McCrickard. Clemson's Timothy Malfris and Dylan Baum from Bismarck State make up 21st and 22nd on the grid. Final 2 drivers that'll roll off from row 12. It's the 2 Charlotte 49ers, Alexander Papadimitriou and Noah Nicholson, racing for the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, who starts way in the back of this. 2 more drivers actually on the grid. Connor Berkey from Illinois State and Robbie Norris from Purdue University in Indianapolis as we take a look at our Logitech G race analysis for our first second round race of the evening.
Absolutely. We're going to double it here for 24 laps. You want to be in that top 13 to advance to next week's semifinal, or advance to the semifinals. Be ready to see how this action is going to turn out. But if you're 14th on back, well, this is where the end of the road comes to you. You are eliminated. Back to school for you as you get set to try again in a month's time.
And a very important point to stress, and what we'll keep coming back to in every single one of these groups, it does not matter where you finish within the top 13. So long as you are in the top 13, you're racing in week 2. Doesn't matter whether or not you win this race or if you finish in 13th. You just have to be somewhere in there because you're going to have to qualify again. So there's not really any particular value outside of, maybe talking to us. I don't know why any of these drivers would want to do that, but that's about the only thing that comes with winning tonight.
And this reminds me of another event that took place at Daytona a number of years ago, the Firecracker 400, and getting down to this final stage, you want to finish top 13, top 14, just to be able to move on. It's exactly the same for some of these drivers, a couple of which were part of that a couple of years ago. But 24 laps here, going to have to manage this race. It's twice as long as any of the heats that these drivers ran to get this far already.
So there's more strategy here. There's more madness that can ensue here, and there's a bigger field. 26 drivers of the 39 that took part in those first-round races competing in this second-round race. Taylor Burris, so still a decent amount of the field. We've lost 13, about to lose 13 more.
Absolutely. So hopefully they could try to figure some situations out, get themselves ready, learn what they have from their previous races, and apply it to see if they can be part of that top 13.
Waiting for yet another green flag. This is the final race for Group 1 of the evening. After this, we'll turn our attention to Group 2. But for now, it's Daniel Nanny and Carson Bowers who cross the line first in our first round races in this group, who take off, and we are green flag racing with the second round race for group number 1. Up to full song they come, still double file, looking, searching. We're beginning to see that sort of bob and weave, and 2 drivers from the Hoosier State up in front. Got Ball State of Muncie, Indiana, and Purdue University in Indianapolis at the front of this field between Nanny and Carson Bowers.
Really good run right here. A calm before the storm. I think right now for those drivers inside the top 13 is just try and manage the gap between yourself and that 14th position. Work well with the driver in front of you. Don't push the envelope. Maybe even start to separate here. Get a little bit of time to save your truck for that final couple of laps where you really have to hammer in and push your competitors. I think that's what we're going to see a lot of from the mid-pack on through the front of the field here. Not want to go through and heat up that engine over quickly and of course affect your handling and how the truck will be towards the end of the race.
Inside line losing people pretty significantly, pretty quickly, and I saw some big moves coming through the travel there. Nathan Scott jumped right up to that top line to get into it, and look at Falkingham now bouncing back and forth between these lanes, just trying to control things. Just they go back to double file, but everybody was very quick, Blake McCandless, to try and get up top.
That was Sanchez, who was aggressive at the end of that last race and aggressive here, trying to make some moves up here at the front of the field. Clampett already trying to make that third lane work early on. That's about the earliest that we've seen somebody go up to that third lane. It usually takes 3 or 4 laps before we've seen some trucks and some drivers willing to go up there. But again, having to take a different approach. Again, we're going to be able to go all the way to the end of this. Fuel, tires, not going to be a concern. So this is all one very long run all the way for this dash to 24 laps. No caution flag still in this as well. So any wreck, you're going to have to try and avoid it and drive through it. But Nathan Scott, like you mentioned, jumped up to the third lane early, and unfortunately looks like nobody went with him. And that's the problem with going up to that third lane, is sometimes you see some drivers that you're willing to go with, and unfortunately for Scott, nobody did. And he's going to go all the way from pretty much in through a transfer spot to last, and you have to hope you wouldn't lose the draft at this point, but that's why these moves can be really risky, especially at this early part of the race where drivers may not be as willing to be aggressive and form those lanes. You got to time it right, and hopefully the timing is right here for Hall and for Clampett to try and roll here off of turn number 2.
You don't necessarily struggle, I think, if you're the last person to go in that line, but you can struggle if you're the first person to try and make that move. Scott made it a little bit too early, because now we see Daniel Nanny has got some help in that third line, and Scott is still going to have to rally from the back of this group, and Scott is still buried dead last in 26 down on the inside line, so would, I think, have an easy time finding his way out of trouble if it befell any of these drivers. But a lot of positions you have to gain over the course of the next 19 laps if you are the UNLV running Rebel.
Yeah, it's a smart strategy call because of how much time you have. As we see them now get a little bit dicey up towards the front of the field right now. You're right on board with Zach Sprouse from George Mason University, who, if I remember correctly, a couple of seasons ago was a winner here at Daytona. If not, it was also at possibly another track. But he is a former winner here in the College Series as he tries to work his way up through the field.
Lots of big moves being made already amongst this group, and lots of drivers trying to figure out where they want to be. They're already 3 wide. Carson Bowers, you can see just a little bit of a shift there from the onboard as Zach Sprouse decided to jump from the bottom to the middle lane and now controls that middle line of 3 drivers who go on board with Tarrant County Community College's Nathaniel Campbell out of Fort Worth, Texas. They're packed in like cows at the stockyards here, Blake McCandless, no doubt about it.
Indeed, and Nathaniel Campbell, you could see probably being a little bit too light here, trying to make sure that you're not pushing that truck in front of you. He's drifting back quite a bit, trying not to make any aggressive moves. As you can see, the UNOH driver and Sanchez right there for Baruch, right there in the center, making some contact just above him, but giving plenty of space here, not trying to push the issue too early on here, as we, again, continue to marvel at a lot of these great paint schemes that a lot of these drivers are sporting. Some of them we saw at Daytona a couple weeks ago, and some of them brand new to competition here in this college series in the fall semester.
A lot of chrome, a lot of matte. And one thing to note here, we haven't had the chance to touch on it, but you might have seen it, but a lot of drivers this tournament in particular sporting pink rims, of course, in support of breast cancer awareness. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so a little bit of added pink to some of these trucks as well.
Absolutely. There is a sea of pink right there as you see Baruch and company, Atkins as well, Hall, as we now have a new race leader Falkingham takes over the spot as we watch on Daniel Nanny and also Logan Clampett try to work that outside lane a little bit more if they can make a charge to the front of the field.
Edward Sanchez not afraid to be the pusher. I think we saw that early on. Blake, you pointed that out. Here he is again, trying to get a shove to Carson Bowers. Daniel Nanny making moves up top. He's got Logan Clampett, of all people, behind him, and Jonathan Evans is also on that top line too. So pretty big-time names, pretty heavy hitters, and a lot of drivers with a significant amount of college series experience amongst this top five. If there's a theme amongst this group, Michaelis, that's what stands out to me.
Yeah, a lot of repeat names, and especially up front here, Daniel Nanny, Daniel Falkingham, two great examples of that. Falkingham, one of the great drivers across the entire iRacing service when it comes to super speedway racing, especially he has a lot of experience in plate racing with the trucks and with the Xfinity cars, and proving that right now. And you can see even right there, that's a very aggressive shove from Sanchez early on in this race, and Falkingham able to maintain control of his truck. And again, that's that experience kicking in there for the main driver.
I wonder, Blake, if you're Falkingham, do you want pushes that hard this early in this?
No, absolutely not. You're up there to be able to lead the lane, but you don't want to be put in a precarious position this early. Obviously, Falkingham, a very talented driver. He's capable of being able to save a lot of those, but some of them you don't have any chance to be able to save them. So, no, I would say this early on, probably not willing, or at least you don't want to have shoves like that. This could get hairy out of the tri-oval, and it's Clampett going around, and several more involved as drivers outside and inside the cut line are in this one now.
Goodness gracious, everybody getting turned around some way, somehow. And looking at this, our transfer driver, well, at the moment is up in the fence, and now it's Connor Berkey out of Illinois State that has come to the fore and claimed the transfer spot for the moment.
And if I was going to say, if I'm everybody up here, all right, guys, we did it. We just get single file. Let's just live here. You know, we're up here. We got nothing to race for. We're not even fighting for positions next week. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see some of these drivers 2 and 3 wide. There's Berkey, the last transfer driver, but that's a lot of damage and no draft. So we'll see how and now Berkey passes 2 more trucks. A couple of these drivers involved in that one having some necessary required repairs. So now Nicholson all by his lonesome. That's the 13th and final transfer spot.
Logan Clampett also caught up in that. This could be a game of who just is able to survive the damage as best as they can. So it could be a lot of fun to see how this pans out towards the back of the field. In the meantime, though, this group at the front, currently led by Edward Sanchez, in control of things as it stands.
Good race right there, but I got to say now, it's now going to be a little bit of curiosity of how these drivers in and amongst this field will work together. Are they just going to do like I think what they were, which is go single file, not push the envelope right now? We're halfway. A lot of racing still to come, and also a lot of things to come. We see Clampett get into the transfer spot. He is being aggressive to try to get into the top 13.
Logan Clampett now in this group with Anderson and Nicholson. These three trying to run down Julian O'Neill. Everybody here, as it stands, save for Nicholson and Anderson, in good shape. So 2 of these 4 here is all of a sudden Anderson now all by his lonesome. They're going to have to tuck behind this group to try and make it.
And I think Nicholson or Anderson, just too much damage on that truck, and that's what a lot of this is going to come down to, is when do you get out, or are there some lap trucks that can play a big benefit there? Actually, Berkey, you could see Berkey coming out on the racetrack is actually going to fall back behind that 13th position. So just kind of those stragglers that kept going after the crash but haven't serviced their truck. How far are they going to be able to go? And Nicholson here going to be in jeopardy of losing that draft, that tandem of Clampett and O'Neill that's trying to pull away. But yet Anderson doing just enough to hang on to the draft of Nicholson as they go through 1 and 2.
Right now, it's Noah Nicholson who's got it, but coming on the outside, you see Jalen Atkins. He's got help from Trey McGrickard, and those two with some momentum now. With the opportunity, they should be in the mix here for the transfer spot by the time we get to turn 3. And all of a sudden, this becomes a very intriguing battle because Clampett does not have the fastest piece here amongst this group. Look at the momentum that they have on the outside.
You see that run here with the damaged trucks on the bottom of the racetrack. That is hindering Logan Clampett because there you see the drivers of McKirker and company really getting a good run on that outside lane here. But Clampett is going to dig deep to try everything he can. He's now on the outside looking in as he wants more. Atkins, though, doing what he needs to do to hold on for dear life in these closing laps.
How entertaining this is about to get. Atkins has the final transfer spot at the moment, but a whole host of drivers now getting linked back up together. They could end up turning themselves yet again here for the last transfer position. But at the front of this group is Julian O'Neill and Jalen Atkins. Nathan Scott is next up the racetrack, but he is almost a quarter of a lap ahead. So this is going to be the battle, and effectively it's going to be 3 drivers out of this bunch that end up making it. And there goes Clampett to make a move.
So again, up front, you can see on the top of your screen, pretty smooth and steady. They're not really fighting for anything other than the right to talk to us after the race. And you can imagine when they get to the checker, they're race car drivers, albeit virtual race car drivers. They're going to want to try to win a race. But off of turn number 2, Clampett leading this pack to get up into the 11th position. As it looks like, what's the total amount of trucks we have here? 7, 8, I think count 9 of them that are attached right here with all of these drivers here. Some of them lap trucks, but they can play a factor in who gets in.
So back to the transfer battle. Just about all of these trucks wounded in some way, shape, or form right now. Atkins for Belmont Abbey, the last driver in, and the final truck before they go double file there. Oh, a little bit of contact, though, in the middle of the tri-oval between Atkins and Trey McGrickard. Got McGrickard all kinds of sideways there as he's trying to push Logan Clampett away from this. The problem is that I don't think any of these drivers are going to be able to escape, per se. They're all relatively just as damaged as one another. This group is going to likely stay together until we get to the final lap.
This is about 9 trucks battling from 11th to 20th position as one truck goes all the way down below the yellow line. Can he save it? He's going to go and rejoin, but will lose touch with the lead draft right there. That is Atkins, unfortunately, from Belmont Abbey. Is going to have a tough break. It is also out of it looks like as well, as Clampett is now just trying to focus in, get himself ready, watch out for the runs coming around the outside, and hope he can be able to throw a block if need be. Because right now, Nicholson on the outside looking in is that driver leading the outside lane.
Clampett on the bottom, Nicholson on that high line. Atkins has lost the draft, so he'll basically just need this entire group to wreck if he wants a shot to make it in Group 2. So this now, I guess we're starting to whittle it down from about 9. We're down to 8. And of these 8, 3 will advance.
Seven laps to go. This is where you're trying to go through all these different scenarios in your mind. When do you want to make the move? How are you going to do it? And also, I think, especially in this group, oh no, one gets turned. The Augusta driver into the wall. It looks like that's going to be the only one involved until more are turned as they work off of the tri-oval. Was just about to say this is when you have to find out which trucks are damaged and you can trust, but now there's just 3. And Berkey, the last truck in line, is the last transfer in, so that could simplify things for the Illinois State driver. And Nicholson going to try to do everything that they can to catch this pack, but it may not be enough as we look back up to the race lead with 6 laps to go. Huge implications, though, at the transfer spot.
How wild this could be, as it is all of a sudden down to about 3 or 4 trucks there. As Edward Sanchez still in control of this. These drivers don't have to do anything, really, truly anything. All of them are good to go for next week. They literally just have to complete these next, or call it 5 laps here when they hit the stripe.
Absolutely, James. You don't have to do it. There's nothing on the line. right now for points in any of these top 13 positions. It's all about just transferring into the semifinals next week. So it's all about just trying to survive. I would hope not any of these drivers in the top 8 would try anything crazy. Maybe around the last lap if they want to come and talk to us at the end. But for anyone right here, it would be foolish to try and do something heroic in a sense here on these closing laps.
So Connor Berkey now the last driver to transfer. Noah Nicholson would be next in line. He's not terribly far outside of the draft. We'll keep an eye on that as we watch our leaders here who have just gone single file. And they have, I think, all collectively decided, Blake McCandless, there's really not much point in us racing. Not crazily, at least.
Oh, yeah, we're coming to 4 to go, and Carson Bowers, Daniel Falkingham, Zach Sprouse, these are drivers that want to win. I think they'll make some moves. It may not be the most aggressive. They're not going to go down and side draft and slam into the side of Sanchez or anything like that. But I think that's probably what you'll see is still a couple moves to try and maybe win this race. As you can see, this is Jose Solis Jr. and Scott here for UConn and UNLV. They got through that incident. They didn't get a ton of damage, and they lost touch with this pack, but they were able to keep rolling, and looks like that work of that tandem has been good enough to put them in a position where it looks like with 3 to go, they should be safely within a transfer spot.
So now this becomes a question, I think, especially if you're Falkingham, if you're Sprouse, if you're Nanny, if you're Hall, how much fun do you really want to have with this? Because there is an interview potentially waiting for one of them, but do you really want to push it that much, or are you okay with just making sure that you get through? For what it's worth, Dulles and Scott are about 24 seconds behind this lead pack. So you've got effectively half a lap to work with if something does happen.
That's the thing. You have a little time, but you don't want to risk it. I have to say. I mean, granted, Falkingham, Sprouse, and all them, I'm pretty sure they would love to come and talk to us about it, how the race went. But let's just focus on the bigger picture, making your way into the semifinals, because that's where the more important things are for you. That's where the points, that's where the money is. You want to be there at the end next week. So if I were them, just try to ride it out. Maybe if you see an opening, go for it, but don't make it cost you and get eliminated.
All single filing it here with 2 laps to go. So does anybody decide to challenge Edward Sanchez, or are we potentially in line for another pretty good story? We found out the kind of storytelling ability that Sanchez has in the Queen City Crown. We may get another chapter of that here if he can hold on to the lead coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go in this first second round race of the night.
Sanchez looking to make that truck wide, but we'll see if anybody's willing to take some runs. Looks like Daniel Nanny going to try to lead the top lane. And they are going to get aggressive here to try and fight for this win. Sanchez, you can even see some of the frustration there as now he realized he has his hands full as they are going to try to battle it out for the top spot here down the backstretch for the final time.
All right, so they really do want to try something. Daniel Nanny is going to be the first truck on the high line, but Falkingham will have the opportunity to cover if there's any sort of run that develops up top. Or will Falkingham go to the top line to challenge Bowers? Yes, he does. Here comes Daniel Falkingham with no help. Nanny gets turned behind. Falkingham tries to bounce into Sanchez, and Carson Bowers has an easy job at the front of this. They all started to infight with each other behind him, and that made the work of defending to hang on to win this Group 1 second round race very easy. Meanwhile, further back on this, Connor Berkey, who remember started from pit road in the first round racing this group. As you see Edward Sanchez celebrating, he's made it to another second week of competition in the College Series. And rightfully pretty excited about it. But Connor Berkey started on pit road, and how about this? He's going to find his way after not even starting with the pack into week 2.
I got something I want to touch on with that incident with Daniel Nanny. He entered pit road unsafely, so that's a black flag penalty. We could possibly see a little shakeup there that could change the outcome of who moves into the top 13. And as a matter of fact, it just changed. Daniel Nanny will make it in, and it's the 13th driver. He will be moved to the last car on the lead lap. So just how close it was very close for Daniel Nanny to be eliminated in this event.
How much do you want to hold your breath as we take a look at tonight's, well, first, the Logitech G winning moment presented by Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series for the Purdue Boilermaker, Carson Bowers. A pretty good track record in NASCAR. There's a certain Ryan Newman. So Carson Bowers gets the job done. Here's a look at what happened to Daniel Nanny.
So right here, as they come off of turn number 4, Daniel Nanny trying to fight off the 2 UNOH drivers, makes contact with one of them. This is the penalty. He enters pit road unsafely and speeding. That is what the penalty is. And he was able to stay on the lead lap, but the last truck on the lead lap, because for Noah Nicholson, he did get put a lap down towards the end of this race, which allowed him to move on, as we touched on, for a few short moments.
So 10 of your 13 that are going to make it: Bowers, Sanchez, and Falkingham. Sprouse, Jack Stoneman gets one in for UNOH. Isaac Shelley makes it 2 for UNOH. Jake Hall, Nathan Scott, Solis, and Clampett. So a fairly regular cast of competitors there. And then O'Neill, Berkey. Nanny had to sweat it out with the penalty. Makes it as the last one in. And O'Neill, I think, Blake McCandless. We didn't talk about the unfortunate luck he had last time out in the Queen City Crown. I know our Delaware Blue Hen is going to be very happy to make it into week 2.
Very much. And heartbreak for Noah Nicholson involved in that early incident. Unfortunately, several of these drivers, they just had damage that it was either required repairs or just slowed them down too much for them to try to advance in the clash on the beach tonight.
Atkins and Ennis or Belmont Abbey got caught up in that incident. They will not advance, nor will Thompson, Malfris, Papadimitriou for the second week in a row, and then Logan Smith. Blake McCandless, though, will now spend a few moments with the Purdue Boilermaker and the winner of the second round race of Group 1, Carson Bowers.
So Carson Bowers navigating this entirely strange and chaotic race all throughout the heat, the LCQs. You find yourself, at least for now, a winner here at Daytona International Speedway. How does it feel?
Really good. I mean, this is my first College Series race here, and so to have the opportunity to be up front, run up front, I was really worried coming out of qualifying. We started last, almost last, just with qualifying, couldn't run a good one lap. So to be able to run up there, win my heat too, and then come back and win again here. 100% win rating here in the College Series and at Daytona, so that feels really good. But definitely couldn't have done it without, my Norse Force teammate, Daniel Falkingham. He was with me the entire time, and we were able to work our way up in Heat 1 when he started in the back with me. So huge thanks to him, and yeah, it feels really good, and I'm excited for next week.
Well, I know you'll be representing the Boilermakers next week when we try to crown a champion of the Clash of the Beach, and we'll see you next week. Congratulations on your Heat win tonight.
And so concludes Group 1 for the second tournament of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. The Clash on the Beach will continue with Group 2 coverage in just a moment as we roll on from Daytona International Speedway.
For 8 remaining drivers, what matters is the moment.
And he's done it again!
Steeled focus on detail.
Oh my goodness! What did he win?
Driven by heart, steered by steady hands.
This would be epic!
The resolve to make a run for the ages.
Can you believe the finish that we are about to see?
The NASCAR playoffs continue at Talladega on NBC and Peacock.
Sometimes you got to get back to your roots. Remember where it all started.
Is it all a fever dream?
NASCAR Thunder 2000.
Our goal was simple: make it authentic. The stories,
And there's a fight using lessons learned from his father.
the fans, the rivalries,
got into the side of the tree.
that feeling of being part of it all. That's why we went to work on this game. We've heard you. It's been a long time since we've had a game that captures what the sport is all about. Well, time is now. This one's built for the fan, for anybody who wants to experience what it's really like. All right, let's go. From the sound to the speed to the venue.
Daytona International Speedway.
Back at Darlington Raceway.
All there's left to do is fire it up.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo! My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
This portion of the broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G. Through design, engineering, and a love of driving games, Logitech G takes racing simulation to another level. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacers. Play vs. College League, the largest collegiate community bringing in the new era of esports for students across the country. Learn more at pcl.gg. By NASCAR 25. Available on PlayStation and Xbox now. Coming to Steam on November 11th. Welcome back to coverage of the eNASCAR College Series presented by the Play vs. College League. And a reminder before we get going with Group 2 that registered drivers who have competed in at least one time attack during the 25-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series season will be automatically entered for a chance to win a prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, and credits on iRacing. And for more information and the full rules, you can visit pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR for more information. Also, if you want to find out more about the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by the Play vs. College League, and you want to have the opportunity to register for the chance to race for $60,000, if you like what you're seeing and you want to be part of it next time around, you can scan the QR code on your screen or visit pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR for more information about the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Group 2 getting ready to roll off here from Daytona, and we saw some madness that I think is going to set the table for a lot of what we will expect here, Taylor Burris. Group 1 certainly did not disappoint.
Absolutely. For the most part, most of the chaos ensued right here as we saw drivers switching and making lanes, couple of close quarters combat. But the chaos happens always when those final 3 to 4 laps coming to the checkered, and of course, tough break for Papa Dimitriou and the UNC Charlotte group as they didn't make it, and also some more high-flying action for the rivals of the University of Northwestern Ohio. 3 wide action all throughout the day as they work their way through. You see chaos ensues once again. The big one is a main staple here at Daytona, and it continued all the way to the end.
Big wreck there that took out a lot of drivers in the second round race, and another incident that caught Trey McGrickard out at the end of it all. Carson Bowers got the job done for the New Boilermakers. He's one of the 39 that we will see compete next week to win the Clash on the Beach outright. Here's a list of drivers that transferred. 1 from Purdue, 1 from Illinois State, 1 from the University of Maine at Machias, 1 from Illinois State, 1 from Baruch College, 2 from UNOH, 1 from Clemson, 1 from UConn, 1 from Delaware, 1 from Cal State Fullerton, 1 from UNLV, and 1 from George Mason. Pretty good spread there, Blake McCandless.
A good spread, but think about who's not there. Dylan Basin won at Charlotte. You talk about winning a championship, you got to advance, and unfortunately not able to do so. But for these drivers in Group 2, it all starts over again. Top 8 will advance here from Heat 1.
Take a look at the opportunity to see how things will go for our first group in Heat number 1. It's Matthew Swack from the University of Michigan that'll roll on pole. Joseph from Rutgers, the Scarlet Knights, starts second. Austin Johnson begins from Fresno State University in P3. Blake Wynn is another UNC Charlotte 49er, starts fourth. John McClear from Rollins College starts fifth. And James Davies, also from Rollins College, rolls off from sixth.
Moving on into row number 4 as drivers get themselves situated to go out onto the circuit. It is going to be the driver of Brandon Lyman from Oklahoma Panhandle State University with another University of Oklahoma driver of Carson Reimer. Methodist University of Chris Bryant will be alongside Aiden Smith from Central Piedmont Community College to round out your top 10. Jeremiah Taylor from Belmont Abbey College will be in 11th, and alongside him, Sam Smith from Marshall University, the Thundering Herd, in 12th.
Starting back in row number 7, again outside of a transfer spot from 13th, it'll be A.J. Hyder for St. John's River State College. John Hagan will start 14th for North Central Texas College. John Sauer, St. Thomas University, represented in the 15th position, and Kelton Quick will roll off tonight from 16th for Ball State University. Ted Hirsch for the University of Maryland will start 17th, and Zach Domer for Southern New Hampshire University will start tonight in 18th.
So many great drivers here. Trey Lambrecht from Texas A&M San Antonio is the 19th and final driver on the grid for this first round race, the first of 2 to take place in group number 2. As we get set to roll off, and Taylor Burris, that's going to give us the opportunity to take a look at another Logitech G race analysis.
Absolutely, as we take a look at that here. And of course, you want to compete and register now for $60,000 in scholarship. Scan the QR code for more information. But we're going to pretty much once again repeat the same verse once again. It's a 12-lap heat race here that will determine here. Of course, your top groups will move on, and it is a fixed setup. Top 8 advance to the second round. 9th through 20th will go to the LCQ.
So top 8 have it a little bit easier, but again, this being Daytona, just because you start near the front of the field does not necessarily mean that you will end up at the front of the field, and especially at Daytona, where we saw so much chaos in that first group, and I just think that's going to be how it is all night long. You're just going to have to play it really smart, Blake, to make sure that you don't end up in trouble some way, somehow.
Well, I think the other thing that changes here as we continue to move forward is these drivers that are in this group, and even when we get later in the night in Group 3, they have the opportunity to study a little bit. They get to see how all of this plays out beforehand. They get to take a few notes and learn, okay, well, maybe this is how or what we should expect from the heats. This is what we should expect from the LCQ, all of those things. So they have the added benefit because they're watching this broadcast. They want to learn everything they can and see what's going on aside from, doing their own practices and whatnot. So I think they're more up to speed on what we should expect and how that can change their approach as we get here into these later groups throughout the night.
Names with some experience in this and names that we saw last week. A.J. Hyder had a fantastic run in the Queen City Crown. He is in this first round race. Matthew Zwack ran up towards the front of the Queen City Crown as well. He made it in. And then maybe one of the, I have a feeling going to be a fan favorite name, Joseph, the Rutgers Scarlet Knight, starting on the outside of the front row, along with a few new names as well. A mix of experience and youth in this, our first round race in group number 2. The Michigan Wolverine is going to lead us to green flag racing, and we are underway with the second group of 3 in week 1. The clash at the beach. Black and Joseph begin to get moving. Outside line really got strung out on the initial starts. Inside line while the momentum as they go to turn 1.
Trucks building up to speed right now as Matthew Zwack will lead the charge on the bottom of the racetrack for Michigan as he gets some help going through the middle of the corner. As the two Rollins drivers got a little bit of separation here, they need to try to get themselves back going together if they want to have a shot of advancing into the next race as they work their way down the Daytona Superstretch. Joseph, though, battling hard on the outside with help from Wynn as they go 2x2 into turn 3.
So already starting to see some drivers make some moves. Zach Tomer and Theodore Hirsch hanging way out back. Kelton Quick missed the grid and is trying to catch back up, but they are hanging way towards the back. John Sauer, the last truck in line with this group.
When you think about kind of the mentality of these drivers that are up front, it doesn't get any easier. I was just texting the driver that's leading this race right now, Matthew Zwack, just a couple moments ago, and right before he rolled off, he said, "Time to say multiple prayers." I think that goes to show you that even up at the front, they don't feel safe with everything that has gone on and the fact that anything can change, especially here at Daytona at any given moment. So that's the type of pressure that these drivers feel, regardless of where they're in the running order. Even if they're at the top of the pylon right now, they're not feeling so safe.
How do you handle things as best as possible? How do you manage this race for better or for worse? As Joseph has just nosed out now, John Hagan has managed to nose out, but they're 3 wide already, stacked pretty deep in this, and we are seeing pretty much everybody here really stack it up, and 2 wide, Taylor Burris, not for this group.
Absolutely not. They're going to go 3 wide already pretty quickly here as Hagan, as we take a look at some of the vibrant paint schemes of the different colleges out there on the circuit. A.J. Hyder from St. John's River as you ride on board with one of the Rollins colleges, one of the new colleges competing this season, as he's looking forward to trying to work his way through the middle at McAleer up into 6 as he's trying to work up through, and then Wynn, you're trying to see if he can get a good push from the driver behind him, Davies, as they go 3x3, still about 4 to 5 trucks deep as they enter into 1.
I'm starting to see 2 different groups and maybe 2 different schools of thought here, perhaps, because we're seeing Theodore Hirsch hang out way back on the outside as well. Also sort of just in a bubble of sorts with space, just out of the shot here. But then you see Taylor and you see Stour, you see some of the drivers towards the back of this. Are they hanging at the bottom with the idea that, if something happens ahead of them, you've got room to get out of it and room to get away, as Blake, you pointed out earlier on in Group 1?
Yeah, I think especially if you're 6th, 7th in line, that's kind of what you're hoping for at this point. Some of those drivers that are just hanging on right now at the back of the pack. And despite the fact that the first heat of the night, we didn't see it until the very end, some drivers got out of shape. I feel like as we go on throughout the night, drivers get a little bit bolder. They get a little more confident in what they can do, and we see situations like that where Davies looks like nearly had a tag, or excuse me, that was Hyder that had a tag with the outside wall and is going to lose a couple of positions here on the back straightaway. But Sam Smith, really aggressive here for Marshall University. The Thundering Herd thundering around on the top side right now, and regardless of what he's trying to do, man, that's a huge run. And then, that's how quickly he can fade. And honestly, a lot of Thundering Herd pride. You can even see the shirt that he's wearing right now. Definitely trying to represent Marshall well here.
That was the Marshall Buffalo that they used for the Thundering Herd. Inside the outline of the sort of shape of the state of West Virginia. So no doubt that the driver maybe racing from Cambridge just outside of downtown Huntington, West Virginia, having a good time with this, and I think taking advantage of the opportunity to sport the Kelly green and white for the Sons of Marshall University as Matthew Zwack continues to pace this group here. Smith and one other driver up on the outside line. It's John Hagan, North Central Texas, but those 2 are really the only ones there. As I saw Zach Dilbert think about it for a split second, but just 2 way up top. Everybody else decided to go double file.
Yeah, it's going to go back to double files here for these drivers. A little bit of a calm before the storm that we're about to see here happen. As Zwack and Joseph, I think, a little bit of a gentleman's agreement. Just try to hold the line here. Make the drivers behind them work for it a little bit here. Hagen stuck on the outside all by his lonesome. You do have Smith trying to help him out, but it might be too little too late as he gets a big shove down the back straightaway, and here he goes from outside of the top 8 to now about to lead the race here as they come out of turn 3 and 4.
Again, strength of that outside line. We saw just how close it was. Hey, he got very sideways at the exit of turn 2, and then just got a monster run down the back straightaway to make up all the ground that was lost and end up in a 3-wide battle for the race lead with Joseph and Matthews Zwack, and now is going to have control of this. Well, the option to drop down to the inside if he so chooses, and he does. Is he going to go all the way to the bottom, or he's going to sit in that second lane? So there's an interesting decision. Had the opportunity to cut in front of Matthews Zwack, but decided to take the middle lane. So Blake McCandless, if you're a driver, we go on board with Chris Bryant and take a look at his VR setup. The driver representing Memphis University out of Greenville, South Carolina. But Blake, if you are John Hagen, why go to the middle as opposed to all the way to the bottom in that situation?
I mean, sometimes you just have to make a guess, and right now, I think we've said it throughout the course of the night that, and this is just a personal preference, every driver is different, but I feel like if you're in the middle, there's a lot more potential to move forward. If you're on the bottom, but that's not where you want to be. Chris Bryant trying to drive through this incident, unfortunately not going to be able to do so, swept right up in it as the rest of the field, it looks like about 7 or 8 trucks able to escape that carnage. In fact, it's 7 that are staying attached to this front pack. Sauer trying his best to stay attached and stay in the draft, and so is Hirsch, who would be the first driver out.
Sauer and Hurst now the transfer spots as we get a look at what happened here and where this all started. Keep an eye at the middle of the pack here because this started just on board. Zach Domer, tried to cut in front of one of the Rollins drivers and just wasn't clear, and everybody else got caught up as a result.
Just a tough break there for several drivers who are on the hunt, and now this is where it's going to get interesting. I'm looking right now. I think it's pretty much our top 8 all right here in this picture. You don't want to try to be too aggressive here because there's the Central Piedmont, there's the St. Thomas. They have a significant gap behind the next car, which is Hirsch from Maryland and Hyder from St. John's River, your top 10 driver. So it's all about just surviving. You are moving on into the next round. You are guaranteed a spot to try to fight for those top 13 instead of having to go to the LCQ. Be smart right here. Don't overextend yourself and get caught up in another incident.
All you're racing for if you're this group is starting position in that second round race. Everybody else can fight behind you if you wish. Meanwhile, as you go on board here with Theodore Hirsch representing the Maryland Terrapins, that's the gap he's got to make up to have a shot here and try to get a direct qualifying spot into second round.
Well, I think at this point, you're looking at 2 wide, hopefully 3 wide in front of him, and I think that's what's bringing a smile to his face. Don't know if you're going to be able to catch up all the way there. If you have enough draft to be able to catch up, it looks like, though, they're able to make up some time, make up some ground here, but you're hoping that, again, that 2 wide is going to slow that pack down in front, and it looks like the help he's receiving right now is going to give him a chance, but with 2 to go, I just don't know if it's going to be enough. Oh, by the way, you got to fend off that driver, too, that as much as they want to push you, they also want to end up in front of you here at the end of this final lap.
At the end of things, but right now, that's A.J. Hyder, who was so strong in Charlotte last month, who's trying to push Theodore Hirsch back to the front of this and get both of them really a shot to try and make it into the second round directly and not have to go through the LCQ. A few trucks here that they're going to bounce around to try, maybe pull some draft off of, maybe try and get linked back up. Haven't really had the chance to make it back up that way yet, but this gets very interesting very quickly here, and they might be able to use the truck of Kelton Quick to maybe, just maybe, leapfrog this group and get a draft and get back up into this. And all of a sudden, look at that gap between Hirsch and the back end of the lead pack starting to come down a little bit as they get separated here. All of a sudden, they're back into it.
Great fight right there, but for Hagen, he will take over and win this heat race to move on. And I got to say, it was a good fight, but smart driving for everyone after that big one just make it through to the end.
So John Hagan, Joseph, Swack, Smith, McClear, Wynn, Aiden Smith, John Sauer, the 8 that go on. Teddy Hurst, Theodore Hurst, the first, who's going to be on the outside looking in and should be on pole for our LCQ.
Couple more drivers wrapped up in that incident. Carson Reimer, Chris Bryant, James Davies, Zach Domer, a couple of drivers that, again, are able to regroup, but it is going to be contentious LCQ for them to try and advance to the semifinals next week.
Hyder in the LCQ is a particular standout given the performance that we saw in the Queen City Crown. Time to take a look at our grid for the second race coming up here and our second first round race from group number 2. Lots of talents in this field, lots of drivers that will, I think, relish the opportunity to showcase their stuff. And first driver that is going to be starting out front is Thomas Coonan, representing the Missouri Tigers, who rolls off from pole, and Alexander Hammonds, representing the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, rolls on the outside of row 1. Wichita State's Lane Graves, veteran of the College Series, starts in third. Jackson Anderson competed in the Queen City Crown for Oklahoma State. The Cowboy rolls off from P4. Mateo Mitchell from the University of Northwestern Ohio, starts in the 5th spot. And Eastern Shore Community College's Aaron Brown will start 6th.
Moving on here to row number 4 is Bridger Olson from Spokane Community College, followed by Douglas Newbegin from King's College. In row 5, we'll see Dylan Alt from Sacramento State and Malachi Drake from Liberty University to round out your top 10. John Forbes Jr. from Saddleback College is in row 6 with Chase Schaefer from the University of Northwestern Ohio.
Back here in row 7, it'll be Adam Garza for Triton College starting 13th. David Smith, the volunteer from Tennessee, will roll off tonight from 14th. Ryan Andrew from Des Moines Area Community College will start in 15th. And Pridra Chesmont from Georgia Southern University will start tonight in 16th. Michael Alexic will start in 17th from Columbus State University. And Trevor Dyer for the University of Alabama will start 18th.
Lily Frazier from the Vermont Catamounts will roll off from 19th on the grid here, and that completes our first round, second race, starting grid. Second heat 2, I guess, if you want to be colloquial about it, but technically these are both first round races that we are running in this bracket, and once again gives us a chance, Taylor Burris, to look at our Logitech G race analysis.
Absolutely. Once again, 12 laps around here, 30 miles. That top 8 is what we are looking for to advance to the second round, 9th through 20th. It's time for you to go to the LCQ and hope that you can survive the chaos there as we continue on with this crazy moving around of drivers and colleges battling it out for the top spot and the chance to win overall next week at the Clash at the Beach.
Drivers beginning to roll off of pit road and taking the opportunity to get used to the high banks of Daytona in these trucks. This is also the only super speedway tournament of the season, so the dynamics here are not necessarily going to apply, and I think very different plate McCandlers from where we'll head in November. Iowa Speedway, 7/8 of a mile, short track with progressive banking in the corners. A very different beast compared to what you're going to tackle tonight.
We'll get a lot more predictable, and I think even with Charlotte, it's so different from that racetrack because we kind of finally get to tracks where we're lifting a lot. It's a short track at Iowa, especially for what we'll see here in this college series. But thinking about that, and obviously the first visit to Martinsville is going to be something to watch, and I think a real challenge for these drivers in this series. I mean, there's a reason they've avoided Martinsville in the Coke Series for a while, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see that featured here at the College Series when we get to the spring semester, and the challenge that short track and the other short tracks on the schedule will provide throughout this season.
A true and proper half mile of mayhem is Martinsville, with some pretty good hot dogs. Last I heard, Taylor Burris. I don't know about you. You a chili and onion type person?
I am the full shebang when it comes to the Martinsville hot dog. You take it and you enjoy every minute of it, I have to say. So, but for the time being, we got to get ready for some fun in the sun here at Daytona for the action of Heat 2.
Thomas Coonan, Alexander Hammonds from Missouri, and Georgia Tech with the opportunity to lead us to green for our first round race number 2 of the evening in Group 2. Pace car peels off, makes that hard left-hand turn onto pit road. Green flag is unfurled. We're off and underway with this first round race. Pretty good jump for everybody towards the front of this field. Full song again. This group maybe the most orderly so far, I would say, Taylor Burris. Double file pretty much all the way through, and I didn't really see many drivers move all that much, if any, here. Just focusing on getting these trucks up to full speed, and then the fun will really start to kick in.
Absolutely. A little bit of the calm here as Coonan and Hammond lead those 2 front groups there. Graves from Wichita State just trying to work with Coonan as they work their way into turn 3 and 4. Nose to tail. Drivers are trying to work their way through. I'm watching to see what will happen with Dylan Alt, who's on the outside looking in as he tries to fight his way through.
Starting to see a little bit of separation at the back, at the front. Everybody's still pretty orderly and pretty straightforward here. Anderson with a peek to the outside and thinks better of it. Decides to duck back in line. And nobody really making a crazy move yet outside of Lily Fraser dropping off the back of this group just a bit.
Again, I think pretty much at this point you kind of want to just make sure you avoid the area around 6th to 10th or so kind of seems to be the real trouble spot where we've seen a majority of these incidents starting to develop. And again, it makes sense. It's right around that transfer spot where all these drivers are fighting those at the top of the field. Not only do they have a lot of skill, a lot of speed because they put down a good qualifying lap, but the sense of urgency isn't quite there from what we've seen around the outskirts of the top 10 or so. But already here on lap 3, that third lane starting to form pretty well. You mentioned this is Michael Alexich for Columbus State University. And I think he's taking that opposite approach. He wants a little bit of distance, and this is kind of the safe distance you want to be if you want to be a little conservative with this approach and make sure that if you see something developing that you're able to react to it. That's something else that when you're in the pack and iRacing is a service and a sim where you're in the cockpit. You don't have an outside view. You don't have a chase view. You can't even see out the hood. You don't even get this wonderful rear view off of Thomas Coonan's machine. And so when you're nestled in the pack, when you're tucked right behind these trucks, you can't see the truck that's 2 trucks in front of you. It's really difficult to see. And I think you can see Alex Sitch right there kind of taking that opposite approach where if something happens in front of him, he wants a couple of truck links to be able to digest and to hopefully make a move and take all that information in if you're trying to miss a wreck.
Looking through the field right now, I have to say we probably have one of the biggest college football matchups happening right here in this grouping that we see. That's Tennessee versus Alabama this Saturday, as those 2 teams are going to go head-to-head later on. Currently, the Tennessee driver of Smith sits 17th. Dyer from Alabama sits 15th. So they're right there in the mix, but they got a lot of work to do to try and catch up to Hammonds from Georgia Tech, who is holding that position for the brief second he is.
The 3rd Saturday in October, one of the great rivalries in all of college football, as we take a look at Trevor Dyer representing the Crimson Tide out of the University of Alabama. Hanging on a little bit towards the back of that line, but you've got good company in front of you in Sacramento State still at all.
And we talk about names that are kind of associated with being up front and with trying to challenge for the championship. Again, Dylan Alt, somebody else that was very, very strong at Charlotte Motor Speedway about a month ago in the Queen City Crown. Just wonder how many more names do we get through the end of the night that we think could fight for this championship when all is said and done. All the scholarship money that's on the line for that. And they may not make it through. And I think we're in a situation here. You miss a race, that's it. I don't think you have a mulligan you're going to be able to afford to not qualify for one of these races because the points available are just too much. And there's going to be a string of drivers that are able to qualify in. So you're in a desperate situation here if you're not able to get through these heats or the LCQ.
At that point, and granted, there still are scholarship opportunities that you can race for individually within these tournaments as we go on board with John Forbes Jr., winner at Talladega last season in the College Series. But I think that if you miss a race, to your point, Blake, it does make things that much more difficult. And I do think there's a strong case, Taylor Burris, to be made about your champion probably at least making the final of all 6 races, or all 6 tournaments, rather.
I have to agree with you. That's where consistency is going to be key. It's not going to be who wins the most races. It's not going to be who. It's all about making it to that top 25 at the end of each of these tournaments that we see here today. And already it's getting a little bit dicey up towards the front of the field. Coonan trying to hold on, but he's got to worry about Garza right there leading that second lane right there as they work their way out of turn number 4. You've got also Brown from Eastern Shores Community College leading that 3rd lane.
There's just no stopping the middle off of turn 4, though. That's in particular. I've seen that time and time again. The middle lane on corner exit there, and on that run down to the stripe in a really good spot as Garza's going to get turned in front of the field and then bounces back up into the fence, and everybody wrecks from about 5th on back, and Kuda gets spun and almost goes on his lid, and somehow out of all of that, I take that back. Was it Newbiging or Garza managed to save it, and now is in the lead, and now we have maybe 6 or 7 trucks that are still in the mix, and we'll see how this shovels out. Right now, Ryan Andrew in control of the transfer spot.
What did we say for Alexic riding around behind the pack, and yet here he is in 5th. So it looks like whatever strategy he tried to employ, it worked, and it worked big time.
The other driver that was back there with Alexic, Lily Frazier for the Vermont Catamounts, also made it through all of that mess. Currently rides in 7th and would be in a transfer position as well. And you're starting to see Ryan Andrew claw his way to the rear bumper of Frazier's truck. And then the question becomes, can David Smith make it? As you take a look at the replay there, what a move there from Garza, who went sideways in front of the field and then managed to catch it and keep the track position while everybody else behind wrecked.
Such a close call for some of these drivers here, and unfortunately for some of them, it is going to be over to the LCQ for them. But how about the amazing Spokane Community College? But watch out, because here comes Smith from Tennessee looking to try to move up into the top 8. He's got to hold off and find a way around Frazier and Andrew to get there as they have 3 laps to go.
This is why this is going to be fun, Taylor. You know how many trucks transfer into the second round directly?
8.
You know how many trucks we have in this group?
9.
Exactly. So one person is going to miss out on a direct transfer spot, and that is why you are seeing all of this side-by-side racing. So no pressure, no sweat. This will be fun, right, Blake?
For sure, it can be fun, but not if you're Frazier right now, who is in danger of losing the draft. And again, you're just hoping that some moves are being made up here, because again, it's very important that you have someone behind you if you're going to build up some momentum. Frazier looks like going to just be able to stay attached to the draft, but it's really difficult to make those moves and make it work without some help behind you. So Frazier in a really precarious position right here. No help behind to try and push you. You're going to have to rely on some moves being made and these drivers getting more aggressive up here to try and slot in somewhere and hope that it's 8th or better.
Very intentional move, though, from Frazier. Just saw it. Frazier had the opportunity to follow that outside line, had a run coming out of turn 2, decided to check up, drag the brake, get back down to the bottom. So I think the question is, where do you want to be if you are Lily Frazier, and how do you handle this, knowing that if they don't wreck, you are the one person on the outside looking in?
Well, we're about to find out as they come around and take the white flag. It's Alt and Garza who lead the 2 front rows as they come around. The battle to watch, though, is Anderson and Frazier. And just as I say that, Smith thought about going to form a 3rd lane, but it's not going to work out. That leaves Frazier by herself on the outside lane with no help whatsoever as she tries to negotiate and see which lane has the better run.
Frazier stuck, last truck on the outside line. Probably going to need some help here. They pass one stricken lap truck on the inside lane. They are still double file coming through 3 and 4. Which one driver is on the outside looking in, Blake?
It's Frazier, it's Anderson, side by side. Anderson is going to turn the truck in front of him, and that's going to shake up the running order. Another truck will go down low through the pit area. We do know one thing's for certain. Dylan Alt grabs the win, but the transfer will continue to shuffle as we figure out who has post-race penalties and who does not.
Right now, it's Frazier. That could change, though. We saw that with Daniel Nanny and the penalty that came down a little bit earlier. Tail end of the longest line is where Nanny ended up, which was last car on the lead lap. Just made it in to week 2's proceedings next week. But everybody done here. And Frazier falls out at the very end off of a penalty of some form. And so John Forbes Jr. will be the first driver going to the LC2. Mateo Mitchell is the one that makes it into the 8.
Wow, absolutely another situation that we are talking about here. It's all about also, if you get caught up in that wreck, you got to make sure you don't make a penalty to keep you in the running order. But for Lily Frazier, a tough break for her, along with the rest of the drivers from 11th on back. And of course, I have to say, it's been quite some time since Tennessee beat Alabama in a matchup, and since 2003. So Tennessee beating Alabama here in this group heat race is a good one start for them.
Trying to pull the vibes from 2 years ago when the game-winning field goal got Tennessee the victory. Take a look now at our grid for the LCQ of group number 2. Ted Hirsch, Theodore Hirsch from the Maryland Terrapins will lead us. John Forbes Jr. from Saddleback College starts in second. A.J. Hiders from St. John's River State College starts in third, and Lane Graves from Wichita State will roll off from fourth. Third row is shared by OU's Carson Reimer and Missouri's Thomas Coonan.
We got, of course, Chris Bryant in row 4 from Methodist University, Alexander Hammonds from Georgia Tech, and then, of course, Douglas Newbigging, one of the drivers we keep an eye on from King's College, in row 6.
This is where it gets contentious back here, rows 7 through 9. Frazier going to line up in 14th. Aaron Brown, can't write him off. And Malachi Drake, Liberty University, starting in 18th. But this is all outside a transfer spot.
A lot of experience here. Brennan Lyman from Oklahoma Panhandle State, Trevor Dyer from Alabama, Trey Lambrecht from Texas A&M San Antonio, and UNOH's Chase Schaefer, the final 4 on the grid. And remember, as we get ready to take a look at the Logitech G race analysis, Taylor, that it is the top 10 from these LCQs advancing, and everybody else goes home.
Absolutely. It is still 12 laps around the circuit here. And, of course, the top 10 are advancing to that second round. If you are 11th on back, you are eliminated. You are done. You get to try again in a month's time to see if you have what it takes to race at Iowa. So it's all or nothing. Give it everything you got and hope you can survive the big one in the closing laps.
Trucks begin to roll off here, and a reminder that if you want to learn more about the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, you can register now. You could potentially be competing in the Harvest Cup at Iowa Speedway. You can also race for part of the $60,000 scholarship prize pool that is on offer to the drivers of the College Series this season. You can visit pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR for more information about that to see how you want to get involved with this incredibly fun series and certainly spirited. Also, a reminder, before we take the green flag of this LCQ, that NASCAR 25 is available now on the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and Series S. And the Gold Edition features the full base game and the Season Pass, which includes a variety of in-game currency and bonuses, as well as 3 DLC packs offering over 230 paint schemes and fire suits. And the PC version of NASCAR 25 releases on Steam on November 11th. And you can visit NASCAR25.com for more information and to potentially find your way, maybe competing at Daytona either on 25 or on iRacing. Got the opportunity to race here in the ARCA car a few days ago, and it is tough to get any sort of run here when you're going up against the best of the best. You think of the Williams Sawaliches, the Brendan Queens, some of the drivers who did so well in the ARCA Menard series this season. They've got some pieces. I think that's the easiest way to put it, Taylor Burris. And the question then is, who has an equivalent piece amongst these trucks in this LCQ that's going to have the opportunity to make it into the second round?
And it's going to be a tough one to ask here to see who can survive, who can be patient, and who can lead the field here and be the Pied Piper in class as we get set to go racing for 12 laps around the circuit for 10 spots on the board. As we get set, pace car makes the way onto pit road, and let's go racing here, James.
Green flag out once again. It's Ted Hirsch who leads it, but look at the names just behind him. Just to start off this, John Forbes Jr., A.J. Hyder, Blake Graves, Thomas Kuhn, Carson Reimer. We've already had one Carson go to victory lane in a second round race in one of these groups. Could we potentially have two by the end of the night? Could be a good night for the Carsons at Daytona. Who knows? But as it stands, they come up to full song. We start going here in this LCQ, and John Forbes Jr. going to get the push from Graves and Coonan. Those three, it's red, yellow, and gold, working their way up towards the front pretty quickly. And here comes Aaron Brown working the third lane immediately before we even complete lap one.
And contact with the outside wall, and we've seen that throughout the night. We haven't touched on it a whole lot, but you know, you get that top lane rolling. All it takes is one little mistake, and it's so easy to do here at Daytona that you're in that third lane. If you're not really sealed down to that middle lane, you're trying to side draft too hard, you can get tight in the corner. I know Daytona's not a track that we often talk about handling, but it's something that is replicated in iRacing, especially you get above those white hash marks right there. It can be very easy to just kind of lazily miss the corner. You scrape the outside safer barrier, and it can really break apart that top lane, but that is not happening right now as the top lane clear. Coonan is into 3 and is going to be able to go almost all the way back down to the bottom, so the top lane formed as quickly as we've seen all night to this point.
Douglas Newbigin, as he did in his first round race, immediately up to the top line. Aaron Brown pushing him, those two working together, but trying to work their way from that third lane to the front of this group. Lily Frazier, I think, taking a slightly different approach than in the first round race. Laying back, not the call here this time. It's let's go to the front. Let's try and make it happen the other way.
Aaron Brown and Lily Frazier are definitely ones who are not playing around. They want to be up towards the front of the field as quickly as possible. As contact happens between Coonan and the big one happens once again here, and it collects almost the entire field. Who can survive it and come out on top? John Forbes makes it through. Drake, along with Taylor, Bryant, and company. Coonan, though, tough break for him. He's still in 10th, but I think he's got some severe damage to that Mizzou machine as he finds to get his way up to speed, getting around Reimer for the 9th spot.
This will be really interesting to see how this pans out once they come back up to speed, because we saw this happen in the second round race in particular in Group 1, and initial shakeout was not the same as what we had once we got about a lap or two into competition. So we're your front three that are in a group of their own, pretty much just have to roll. Malachi Drake and Jeremiah Taylor for Liberty and Belmont Abbey have found each other. They're 4th and 5th. Here's a look at the replay here. There's a bad bump. Looks like that might one of the red trucks. Couldn't tell who. Maybe John Forbes Jr. perhaps, who I think gave the bad push and set that chain of dominoes off. So Hirsch, Hyder, Frazier, then Drake and Taylor, then Bryant just behind Taylor and Drake, not terribly far off of their draft, but a little bit outside of it. And then Lyman, Forbes, Coonan, and Carson Reimer, and then Austin Johnson, the first driver on the outside looking in as it stands. The problem is that Johnson is about 2.5 seconds behind Coonan and is going to need some help, although may get it because Trevor Dyer and Chase Schaefer are working their way up to Johnson and may be able to give a push, give a hand, give some help.
And in these situations where everybody gets scattered and you have these 2-3 trucks kind of scattered about, it comes down to one who has damage. It looks like Saddleback. You can see the left front, a little bit of damage on that fender. There's nose damage on this truck just ahead. And that's where it gets really tough, because you have to work together with what you got. If you got nobody else to draft with, it's pretty much what you're stuck with. But that's the big problem. You get back in a lot of these situations is on board with Chase Schaefer. You have two drivers in front of you that you want to go push, and Schaefer's wide open. He just can't catch them because of the marks. And you can see a little bit of nose damage on his truck. Same with Austin Johnson. There's Coonan in front who doesn't have any drafting partners, so this could be their saving grace. But how quickly you can get formed up and how quickly you find friends that maybe you didn't necessarily want to make. It's kind of like, a college roommate. Sometimes you don't have a choice. You just got to go with what you have and work with who's around you, regardless if it's a good arrangement or not.
If there's one thing that's obvious to me, just looking at this handful of trucks, Taylor, Austin Johnson's got the cleanest of them all. No real damage. Oh, Coonan tried to make him go all the way to the fence. And so they're all going to move around Coonan. Oh, Coonan just trying to block every single which way. When the truck is wounded as Coonan's, that's not going to work. But if anything, I think you get behind Johnson and you start pushing, because Johnson with the clean truck is the one that you want leading this group. And what you don't want is the single file battling that we are seeing between Dyer and Schaefer, because that'll just split everybody up and it'll make it even more impossible to try and run down Carson Reimer. Now, the interesting thing is that Johnson is in the last transfer spot, so these three may just end up fighting each other. But Johnson's truck is clean enough to where I don't think you necessarily have to worry about the three fighting behind you as much, because you do have a piece that can pretty easily catch back up to any of these three if for whatever reason they end up out in air on their own.
I think if I was Johnson, I would let these three drivers ahead of him go by, because he's got that pace, and with those three damaged trucks behind him, they're liable to try something silly and cost him the chance of advancing. As we have to keep an eye also on engine temp, because with that damaged nose for all three of those drivers that you see of Coonan, Schaefer, and Dyer, it's possible that they could blow an engine before this race is over.
The other thing I think we're noting, we just saw a really good example of it. Coonan and Dyer tried to go to the outside, had a run. If they had clean trucks, that pass is easy. But because their trucks are so damaged, Blake, they couldn't even get the run. They got into the air, and it's almost like the drag racing parachutes came out from the back end. They couldn't make the pass on Austin Johnson.
And it's tough to do, and you see some lap trucks that again, they're too damaged to be a factor that they're going to have to go around here. But I think if you're Johnson, you have the best truck, at least from what I can tell, out of all the damaged trucks that we see. There's a reason that he's able to stay in front, is because of all the trucks, his is damaged the least. So I think you just try to control and block like you can. Again, Dyer, you could see a little bit of connection issues there, trying to at least stay attached to some of these trucks and give some aggressive pushes. But again, this is where it gets desperate. Only one driver out of these four will move on, and let's see if they can make it another 2.5 or so laps around.
The problem here, Taylor, is that with all the aero deficiencies on the trucks trailing Johnson, I have no idea how you make this run to get around him, even if you all three get together and decide to work together, recognizing, I think correctly, it's a 3-on-1 battle right here.
It really is a 3-on-1 battle, but the problem is Johnson does have that cleaner car, and with how much fighting is happening between Schaefer, Dyer, and Coonan, as you see right there, more contact. Around goes Schaefer and Coonan. It's now down to a 2-horse race between Schaefer and Johnson now. So now Schaefer has lost his health. That's going to cost him the chance to move on and advance.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know if you can necessarily say yet, because the one thing that Schaefer could do, if you lay back enough and try and get a run, maybe you slingshot around Austin Johnson. But if you can't hang on to the draft, that might just make things pretty straightforward right off the rip here. Johnson now starting to gap all of them, and that might be all she wrote for anybody riding behind the Fresno State Bulldog. Meanwhile, pretty good battle for the lead between Ted Hirsch and A.J. Hyder.
I got to say, James, I think it's game over for Schaefer. Look how much damage is on the nose of that truck. If he did, since he has no help, look at the gap also. It's already grown to over a second and continuing. It's game over for Schaefer.
So Schaefer falling back, falling out of contention, likely going home early in the clash on the beach. Ted Hirsch will lead them around here, and Hirsch trying to finish this off as they split and go wide there. How crazy that was for a fourth. Hair-raising moment for Jeremiah Taylor and Chris Bryant there.
Trying to avoid some lap traffic as the leaders head down the Daytona Super Stretch for the final time. Again, Hirsch, Hyder, and Frazier have a little bit of pride on the line, and again, you want to improve your starting position as much as possible to try and advance next week. So let's see what they do here through 3 and 4 for the last time.
Do we see any sort of fun moves from Hyder? Or are they going to let Ted Hirsch run off and win this LCQ? No crazy moves yet. They all stay in line. So it's the Maryland Terrapin, Ted Hirsch, who's going to pick up the win in the LCQ. But all of he and Hyder and Frazier will transfer. Meanwhile, the move that Jeremiah Taylor made to try and get around Chris Bryant did not work. Malachi Drake, too, up there. And then here's your battle for 7th and 8th and 9th as John Forbes Jr. tries to go down to the bottom. A little bit of fun there across the line. And Austin Johnson here is your transfer truck, the final driver to make it into the second round race for Group 2 out of the Mountain West Conference. Fresno State's Austin Johnson finishes 10th. So, the 10 that make it into the second round race here in Group 2 are Hirsch, Hyder, Frazier, Drake, Bryant, Taylor, Lyman, Forbes, Reimer, and Johnson. Those 10 advance. They're still alive in the Clash on the Beach. Everybody else, as we look at the second page here, done, back to class. We'll see them potentially at the Harvest Cup in November.
Absolutely, and we just saw right there how the damage, the significance of hard racing can cost you the chance to advance, and unfortunately for them, they are eliminated. Back to class for them as we get set for the second round.
Final race of Group 2 second round action about to come your way. 26 drivers will start this race. 13 will advance into week 2 with the Clash on the Beach. John Hagan from North Central Texas College will lead the field to green. Sacramento State's Dylan Alt starts in second. Joseph from Rutgers rolls off from third. Adam Garza from Triton College starts fourth. Row 3 made up by Michigan's Matthew Zwack and Des Moines Area Community College's Ryan Andrew.
Moving on into row number 4, Sam Smith from Marshall University, followed by Bridger Olson from Spokane Community College. John McClear from Rollins with David Smith from University of Tennessee with Blake Wynn from UNC Charlotte and Jackson Anderson, Oklahoma State University.
Starting here from 13th, it'll be Aiden Smith from Central Piedmont Community College. Michael Alexich, let's see if that conservative approach works here from the 14th spot for Columbus State University. John Sauer for St. Thomas starts in 15th. University of Northwestern Ohio, Mateo Mitchell trying to be another UNOH driver to transfer in from 18th. Ted Hirsch from the University of Maryland in 17th, and A.J. Hyder, St. John's River State College, by virtue of a second place finishing position, can try to transfer in from 18th.
Lily Frazier representing the Vermont Catamounts out of the America East Conference rolls off from 19th. Conference USA's and Liberty University's Malachi Drake starts 20th. Chris Bryant from Methodist University starts 21st. 22nd from Conference Carolinas is Belmont Abbey's Jeremiah Taylor, Brendan Lyman, John Forbes Jr., Carson Reimer, and Austin Johnson completes the 26-car grid for this second round race. Taylor Burris, as we take a look at the Logitech race analysis, 26 enter, 13 advance.
And with this, we're going to double it up as once again 24 laps, 60 miles. And as we said, top 13 advance to the semifinals next week. Everyone else from 14th to 26th. Thank you for coming. Thank you for competing. But we will see you hopefully at the next round in November for the Harvest Cup at Iowa.
First thing that I'm noticing right off the bat here, Blake McCandless, looks like we've got a little bit more shade on the track here at Daytona than usual. It's a super speedway, so it doesn't make as much of a difference, but do you notice a difference going around here trying to handle these trucks under shade than you would when the track's greasy and under direct sunlight?
I don't think it really changes it enough to be significant. I think the handling has a lot more to do with the trucks that are around you, the pushes that they give, more than anything with track temperature. Of course, Daytona, one thing that iRacing does replicate is the wind, and it tends to be back and forth a little bit more here than it is at other places, but I don't imagine that track temperature will have too much of an effect, or more so than drivers just making moves within the pack.
We haven't had the chance to touch on this yet, but the in-sim time today, ballpark, call it 2:30-ish local time. So these sims usually are set to the day of competition, and they run throughout the morning and then into the early afternoon, especially in these first and second rounds. So we're ending this group at 2:30, as we did with Group 1, and we're going to see the same thing for Group 3. As John Hagan will have the opportunity to lead us to the green, a Texan and a Californian, Dylan Alt, representing Sacramento State University. Those two ready to get us going here in our second round race. 24 laps, 13 drivers advancing from this. We are off and away, and where the chaos begins and ends, all part of the fun, all part of the set of questions that we have to answer as they all begin to get going and come up to full song for the first time.
Side by side as they work their way through. Drivers just trying to settle in here, find their dancing partners, find their opportunity to go head-to-head with their rivals as they work down the back straightaway and try to get them. You see the side winding of these drivers. These cars struggling for making sure they stay tucked up behind because it's so hard to keep up with that. And I got to say, Blake, I know from your experience racing in these trucks as well as other levels that these trucks are so sensitive. One bad push and it's absolute chaos.
You're exactly right. They're very, very tough to square up and to try to hit exactly like you want. Adam Garza, Dylan Alt, they're two of some of the best drivers of being able to do that. You can see Garza offsetting on the straightaway, trying to keep the nose, the grill of that truck a little bit cold or a little bit cooler to get some air. You can even see Garza, nice little setup that he's got, but you're constantly looking around. I mean, just look at the eyes, right? He's looking left, make sure he's not on Matthew's wax door. He's looking behind him to make sure the push that he's getting is square and the push that he's giving to Dylan Alt is square. So there's just so much going on. It looks orderly right now, but all these drivers in the pack, you can even see right there a little bit of a bump. They got Alt a little bit sideways. It's difficult to try and pull this off for as many laps as these drivers do, and they make it look a lot easier than I think those watching would be able to understand that it is.
2x2. We haven't really seen too many people really hit the parachute and just drop way out back. It's basically double file from the front to the very back consistently, which on lap 3 is a little bit surprising to me. I figured we'd see some drivers maybe make their strategy a little bit clearer, try and give themselves a little bit more breathing room, because we saw, especially in this race in Group 1, how early the incident came and how that changed the complexion very quickly and very dramatically.
I'm seeing through the field right now. Everyone's just minding their P's and Q's. We still got a lot of racing. I think that's what we saw here compared to what we saw in the LCQ. Drivers realize a lot can happen. You don't want to risk it and make sure you cause that big one to where then you're struggling to catch back up and leave everyone so spaced out. Keep yourself in contention here for the moment. Wait till those final couple of laps before you start pushing the envelope is what we're probably going to expect for some of our drivers here as Anderson starts to form the third lane to try to make a run for 13th.
It would be fair to say that the Oklahoma State Cowboy trying to start the rodeo up on the high line as David Smith, the Tennessee driver, will volunteer himself to go up top. Did I see myself out, Taylor? That one was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Yeah, I got to say, you might have to see yourself out on that one.
Adam Garza, though, making a move way up to the front as Blake Michaelis. You're watching this. You're seeing this. You see pressure back there as we go on board with Sam Smith. Based upon what you see, do you like being in the back? Do you like being in the front on this? Do you have a preference, especially in this race?
I think the fact that it's a little bit longer and we see 3 wide so early, I think there's two extremes. You either got to be at the very front or you got to be at the very back. The last place I'd want to be is kind of around where that Marshall truck is. Again, inside a transfer spot, which is good, but I just feel like 10th, 11th, kind of back through 15th, that's just kind of the trouble spot. You either want to be leading like we see with Hagan and Dylan Alt, or even Adam Garza right now, who isn't in the lead but is leading that third lane. Feel much, much safer in those positions than I would if I was Drake right now, who sits right on the cut line but is right smack dab in the middle of the field, in the middle lane. I just feel like you lose a degree of control over what happens to you when you're just kind of smack dab in the middle and have nowhere to go.
And take a look here at the replay and look at how they checked up and stacked up. And one truck that got into the fence, I couldn't tell immediately who it was. Might have been Chris Bryant, I think, who got very, very sent way up the hill. Carson Reimer ends up with the most damage out of that dented front nose for Reimer, currently scored 25th. barely hanging on to the draft, but you got trouble, I think, if you're anybody towards the back of that group and you have moves that you have to figure out how you want to make if you want to keep yourself in the game.
You got to pick and choose your battles here and realize, is it the time to fire off and go to the front, or is it time to just wait to see if that big one does happen? Because with this 3-wide action, if I'm someone like Hirsch, Frazier, or Reimer, I feel pretty comfortable being where I'm at right now. Not too far off the pace, but still within a connection as we see the wiggling action of how close we are on the verge of chaos erupting here at the Clash at the Beach.
The other thing I'm noticing as we ride on board with John Hagan, that outside line, especially here in Group 2, more so than Group 1, it's had some trouble managing its pushes and staying out of the fence, especially sort of rolling into the banking. Entry to turn 1, we saw the contact with Chris Bryant, let go, but it's sort of been a theme. Entry to 1 and exit to 4, that's something I watch for, especially if I'm running in that third lane.
No, again, we almost see that Tennessee driver, Smith. We talked about how easy it was to slip to the outside wall. We saw it just a moment ago. We almost saw it there again. Third of the way through. And Hagan and Alt looking pretty up front. Haven't seen their trucks get all too sideways up to this point. As we, again, Ted Hirsch, much different perspective back here outside of a transfer spot for the University of Maryland after winning an LCQ. This is the long march to try to get forward. But again, you can see giving enough space to Mitchell in case there are some stack-ups that you're not running into that driver. Again, I think seeing that it's going to be difficult to try to make up those positions. So you want to stay here, stay patient, and if you see any smoke, you have a lot of apron to go to, just like that moment right there. Or you can just roll with the bottom lane after the top lane has some issues there in 1 and 2.
Zach Carson Reimer, I think, you got turned around. I think the contact might have started with Jeremiah Taylor a little bit further back in the field. And A.J. Hyder, those two I saw weaving a little bit more than usual in the middle of the turn. Actually, no, I think there might have been some contact between, that might have been Hyder and, couldn't tell, weird. But in either case, broke up that outside lane a little bit and took away the help from people like David Smith, people like Adam Garza.
Looking through the field right now to see how this is going to work out, because I am watching Garza really work that outside lane. He's got the help, but I am still concerned with how much of that wiggle room that we're seeing happening, especially in that middle lane with the Spokane driver of Olsen and Smith from Marshall right there underneath him. They've been getting a little bit on the edge there, and I got to say that could cause that outside lane some significant situations here as it's starting to deteriorate just a little bit. Some drivers moving up to the top, some are moving back down to the middle lane. Hyder joins them up on the top side along with a couple of more drivers as they are now 3 abreast. I would have to say about 9 rows deep.
Something like that. I don't know if it's maybe 9 rows deep, but it certainly is at least 6 rows deep. Who's Bill, Hagan, and Alt and Garza in control of the inside and then the middle and then the outside lanes respectively. And all of a sudden, Blink, you might miss the fact, Blake, that we are going to hit halfway next time by at the stripe.
Yeah, it's difficult to think that we've already quickly moved through this race like this. As we take one more look at another incident in turns 1 and 2. This time it was a little bit further back in the pack, but almost the exact same problem that we saw earlier. Car getting in, or truck rather, getting into the outside wall, and then it's, tough there for Reimer getting turned, just checking up, hard to see. It looks like Malachi Drake got a little bit of damage out of that, and in fact, I believe lost the pack as a result of some of the damage that the Liberty University machine took on there in that incident. So, actually, no, going to be slotted right there in the middle, so may have gotten just a little bit, but not enough to slow down that truck just yet.
Only 2 trucks that have lost the draft that weren't Carson Reimer, who already had damage to his nose anyways. We go on board with Saddleback College. There's John Forbes Jr. Here's a look at the back of the back. But Brendan Lyman and Chris Bryant, those who have lost the draft. Everybody else that started this, so 23 of the 26 are all in this lead pack. So everything's sort of play for, even if you're Forbes. But I kind of like this position, Taylor Burris. For as crazy as we've seen the outside lane be, I kind of like being towards the back here, because the reality is, Blake pointed out, it's going to be really hard to make up the positions one by one, even if you are on the outside at this point. The easier way, the more likely way you're going to make them up, is if they wreck and the outside lanes get swept up and you can go underneath them and take the track position.
I mean, that's what I would be doing if I was any of these drivers outside the top 13, but still within drafting distance from your competitor. Back it off a little bit. Give yourself just enough breathing room to try and hopefully survive and make your way on the bottom to move up those spots. So far, that could work out. We've seen it happen already in the first round. We're hopefully going to possibly see it here in Group 2.
Continuing to fight, continuing to go. John Hagan and Dylan Alt and Garza all have been pretty composed, I think, at the front of this. But at the back of this, that's where all the adventures have come. As we take a moment to go on board with Malachi Drake, remind you that registered drivers should compete in at least one time attack will automatically be entered for a chance to win a prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PlayStation and iRacing credits. And you can find out more information for the full rules, the sweepstakes, at PCL.GG/pages/eNASCAR. How about this from Drake, 14th as it stands. Also note the right rear damage for Jackson Anderson. That's the first time I had the opportunity to see that. So if Anderson gets out front, rear damage in this case, a little bit better than front damage, but it still affects the aerodynamics of these trucks. That will hurt Anderson. Should Anderson decide to pull out of the draft for any reason whatsoever. Something to file away, I think, as we approach the final 10 laps of Group 2's competition for the evening.
Well, the one thing to note, too, is that when you talk about that rear end damage, especially in these trucks, and as the damage model on iRacing continues to get updated lately, just any rear end damage, we saw it at Charlotte, it significantly affects the handling of the truck. So it may not be as much aero, and it may not slow you down in the pack, but especially you were mentioning you get back up to the front. We talked about how sketchy these trucks are. It gets a lot worse when you have a little bit of left rear or right rear fender damage, or quarter panel damage rather, on these trucks. It can be quite significant to try to handle, as we're down to 9 to go, still 3 wide. Can we continue surviving all the way up to the end with Hagan, Garza, Dylan Alt, your top 3 leading each of their respective lanes?
Still 3 by 3 by 3. When does this become unglued? I think that's the biggest question, Taylor Burris, that we all have to ask, because that could get very dicey, very wild, very, very quickly.
I'm watching right around Spokane, the driver of Spokane of Olson. I'm watching around Alec from Columbus State, Marshall of Smith, and Belmont Abbey of Taylor. That's where I feel like it's going to be coming from.
All kinds of action here amongst this front group. The interesting thing to be that Dylan Garza has been in control of that top lane for over half this race now. Has not been able to get the push to get up to either one of Alt or John Hagan, even on the back straightaway. So yes, you've got numbers up there, but it doesn't necessarily seem like they're working together as well as some of these other groups have.
No, I have to agree with you as we look on through, watching down the back straightaway here. A couple of drivers trying to check up a little bit here, see if they can get out of the chaos, maybe calm it down a little bit, but Hagan and company leave that bottom with Alt, but I am still thinking Garza will try something here in the closing lap, because this will guarantee him, but I also think that he may try to just hold that outside lane. He knows if he does that, he is guaranteed hopefully a spot into the semifinals next week. You're on board with Dylan Alt now as he tries to hold on, stuck in the middle, but has plenty of help to help push him forward to lead this group of drivers.
Riding on board with Dylan Alt here, you look off the rear deck lid of his Sacramento State machine, and you just see trucks everywhere as far as the eye can see. There is nowhere to go if you're anywhere back in that pack, and I think that's very, very important to note, because if they wreck for whatever reason, we haven't seen it yet, but the moment that they do, you're losing 10 to 15 trucks immediately from this picture, Blake.
And that's why it's so difficult, is because, I mean, we could see that happening off of turn number 4. And how committed you want to be to kind of sitting back and hoping that something happens in front of you. It could be happening in the tri-oval. And one thing that's really come up that's been something that I didn't expect is how many times we've seen some accidents coming to the line. And staying out of pit road is a big key that we've seen already affect the finishing results of multiple heats or LCQs or even the feature that we had in Group 1 last time. So it's that's something you got to keep in mind, too, that if there is some incidents, you usually tend to think, okay, well, there's a huge apron down there, and I can go down there to miss a wreck, but you can't enter pit road speed under these green flag conditions and get a speeding penalty. It'll end your night very quickly.
A reminder that we will conclude the Clash on the Beach next Wednesday night, October 22nd, 7 p.m. Eastern. The semifinals are last chance qualifier, and the finals where we'll award some scholarship money and see who joins Dylan Basin as a College Series tournament winner. All of that we're going to find out next Wednesday night. You can see that on eNASCAR.com/live. Again, looking off the rear deck lid of all, they are packed in amongst the top 18 just about. You can see the spread there. Absolutely no difference here. Malachi Drake, the Liberty truck, is the last one that would make it in as it stands. But look at that. You've got 6 trucks right around Drake who can very easily take that away, just depending on literally, Taylor Burns, which way the wind blows.
Absolutely, and we've seen how it could change within an instant. Hagan doing everything he can to lead that bottom of the racetrack, but I have to say, we are closing in on that era where we will see the chaos come to fruition here. That cork in the bottle is about to go, and hold on to your hat, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna get exciting here on these final couple of laps. The calm before the storm, as we see Garza still maintaining that outside lane. Great job of working with drivers such as Smith to help keep him in contention for a shot of moving to the semifinals.
Hagan, Alt, Smith, and Garza and company all there. Look at where Malachi Drake is, dead center of all that. There's absolutely nothing to give, but there's no space to get away either. You're just traffic jam at 100 and call it, 90 miles an hour at this point, and they really have not changed positions all that much in this race. The conditions are absolutely perfect, Blake McCandless, for something to tear this wide open. We almost got it there for a split second. One of the Rollins machines got loose on the inside.
Yeah, and that's when we start to see those drivers that are in 15th, 16th that get a little more aggressive, that are willing to start giving some bigger shoves to those drivers that are right in front of them, because they have to move their lane forward. They have to try to make something happen because where they're sitting right now isn't good enough. So that's where something is going to happen, that these drivers that are further on back that feel like they have nothing to lose, they're going to start getting desperate, and it's on these drivers that are right in front of them to try and hang on and not run over the truck in front of them, and vice versa.
2 laps to go. What do you do? Where do you go? How do you position yourself in all of this, as it is still Hagan and Alt and Garza, and no one's made a move yet, which is a little surprising, especially if you're maybe a Ryan Andrew who has the opportunity to jump up to that high lane. Maybe he is eventually the sure that Charles this strength, but they've been locked in position for so long. There's so much left that we haven't decided.
I think another thing to keep in mind is just because of how tightly it's packed, one false move and you will cause that chaos. I think a lot of drivers are just trying to see if that opening will happen, because it's going to be all for nothing right here as the white flag comes out.
They kept it together for 23 laps. Can they keep it together for another 24 and lock in their positions into round 2, up through turn 1 and 2 for the final time? A little bit of shuffling in the middle of this pack. Nothing has changed yet, but you can bet your bottom dollar there are going to be some pushers in the back. Rollins' truck almost gets hit once again. That breaks up the inside line. There goes the spin. There goes the incident. There go trucks around towards the back of the field.
How about John Forbes holding on for dear life? He's able to get through and hold on to that spot in 13th. But where is Hirsch? That's going to be the question.
Hirsch is racing with Blake Wynn. 4 shot at the front. They're going to fan out 3, 4 wide. John Hagan with a run on the inside. Joseph to the bottom to try and make it fun. And at the line, Dylan Alt managed to steal it and get the win in the second round race for Group 2, and John Forbes Jr. was the last one who made it in. Our Talladega winner will have an opportunity to showcase that plate racing prowess that got in the victory this spring. Once again, the Saddleback College driver survived the mess and was the last one who made it into Week 2's action from Group 2.
Absolutely incredible drive right there by Dylan Alt to steal it away, and John Forbes Jr. to keep his foot in the gas through the chaos to come home and fight his way in with a top 13 to guarantee his spot into Week 2.
So, how about this? Dylan Alt, John Hagan, Joseph, Brian Andrew, Bridger Olson, Matthew Zwack, Adam Garza, Sam Smith, David Smith, Malachi Drake, John McClear, Jeremiah Taylor, John Forbes Jr. Your 13 drivers in advance from Group 2 into Week 2. Blake McCandless.
And we knew that something was going to fly apart there at the end of the race, and a door-to-door slugfest right down to the line for the final transfer spot. John Forbes Jr. is able to hang on. Ted Hirsch gave it everything he had, but just unfortunately not able to get that last little bit of side draft down to the line that would have put the University of Maryland driver in. Win Frazier, Hyder, Sauer, and the rest of the names on this list, unfortunately, going to have to try again in the Harvest Cup here in a couple months at Iowa.
The rest of this group going to be packing it up, turning their attention to one of the most unique tracks, I think, in all of eNASCAR. Iowa's going to be a lot of fun in that respect. Drivers are going to have options, different lanes to run. But that's all for the people who don't have anything to race for here next week in the Clash on the Beach. Instead, it's Dylan Alt who just nips John Hagan at the line. We are going to take a break, and then we'll be back. Group 3 will take their opportunity to the stage, and they will compete in their first and second round action from the Clash of the Beach. As more action from the eNASCAR College iRacing Series continues from Daytona.
For 8 remaining drivers, what matters is the moment.
And he's done it again!
Steeled focus on detail.
Oh my goodness! Ryan Blaney wins!
Driven by heart, steered by steady hands.
This will be epic!
The resolve to make a run for the ages.
Can you believe the finish that we are about to see?
The NASCAR playoffs continue at Talladega on NBC and Peacock.
Sometimes you got to get back to your roots. Remember where it all started.
Is it all a fever dream?
NASCAR Thunder 2000.
Our goal was simple: make it authentic. The stories,
There's a fight using lessons learned from his father.
the fans, the rivalries,
Harvick got into the side of the truck.
that feeling of being part of it all. That's why we went to work on this game. We've heard you. It's been a long time since we've had a game that captures what the sport is all about. Well, time is now. This one's built for the fan, for anybody who wants to experience what it's really like. All right, let's go. From the sound to the speed to the venue.
Daytona International Speedway.
Back at Darlington Raceway.
All there's left to do is fire it up.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo!
My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
This portion of the broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G. From design, engineering, and a love of driving games, Logitech G takes racing simulation to another level. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacers. Play versus College League, the largest collegiate community, bringing in the new era of esports for students across the country. Learn more at pcl.gg. By NASCAR 25, available on PlayStation and Xbox now. Coming to Steam on November 11th. Welcome back to coverage of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by Play vs. College League. Before we get going with Group 3, a reminder that drivers who compete in at least one time attack throughout the College Series season will automatically be entered for a chance to win a prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, and iRacing credits and more information and the full rules for the sweepstakes are available at pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. And you can visit that same link to find out more information about the College Series in general and to register for the opportunity to race for $60,000 in scholarship prizes. You can scan the QR code on your screen or visit pcl.gg/pages/NASCAR for more information about the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by the Play vs. College League. 2 groups are done, 1 to come, and NASCAR 25 is available all the while now on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and Series S. And the Gold Edition features the full base game and the Season Pass, which includes a variety of in-game currency and bonuses, as well as 3 DLC packs offering over 230 paint schemes and fire suits. The PC version of NASCAR 25 releases on Steam on November 11th. You can visit NASCAR25.com for more information. NASCAR 25 out. Plenty of opportunities to join the College Series. And Taylor Blake, have y'all managed to get your hands on NASCAR 25 yet? Take it for a spin?
Unfortunately, no, I have not been able to, but I do plan on getting it here. And, it's such a great way, a great stepping stone for those who want to get back into NASCAR gaming. It's been so long since we had a proper NASCAR game with a proper career mode that we see here. Starting off in ARCA, running trucks, Xfinity, and, of course, the famed NASCAR Cup Series. That's some of the most iconic tracks in the world of NASCAR stock car racing. And I gotta say, it's great to see this. It's really exciting, and I look forward to seeing what the future holds for iRacing and iRacing Studios.
A look at the highlights for Group 2. Matthew Zwack led us to green flag racing in the first round race for this group, and from there it was off and running. And this group, I think, kept it together a little bit more than Group 1. There were, of course, a few issues and a few incidents that changed the game for some people, but it certainly was not without its twists and turns, was it, Blake?
No, and it was just one of those situations where you knew if and when it would happen that it would be a massive accident that kind of turned that entire heat directly on its head. And then we move forward a little bit. Some very clean racing throughout the race. 24 laps it took for us to finally try to settle this 4 wide at the line. But it was all behind Dylan Alt, who will be advancing to the second week, the semifinals of the Clash at the Beach at Daytona.
Dylan Alt made it in, and here's the list of the drivers now updated with the drivers from Groups 1 and 2 that have added their names into next week's hat for an opportunity to try and make their way in. Bridger Olson, David Smith, Alt, Jeremiah Taylor, John Forbes Jr., John Hagan, amongst the ones that made it in from Group number 2 in Taylorverse. That's a pretty strong group of 24 drivers that are going to have a shot to race for some scholarship money next Wednesday night.
Absolutely. How about with John Forbes Jr. being that last driver to just barely make it in on that final lap in there? And, of course, a couple of others, Joseph, who had a strong run, Matthew Zwack, Sam Smith, Ryan Andrews and company, all of them well-reputable drivers to get ourselves ready to go for Group number 3.
So we have brought it around town twice. We're going to do it one more time by the sea as we start with the blue group, Group number 3. Getting ready to roll off for first round race number 1, which sees Belmont Abbey College's Jacob Martin set the fast time, 51.437 seconds to take top spot in this heat over the University of Northwestern Ohio's Tyler Skosen, who will roll off in second. Jacob Bradley, representing Purdue University in Indianapolis, starts from the third spot. Fourth on the grid is Babson College's Ethan Shapiro. Peyton Wilson from Wilson Community College starts in the fifth position. On the outside of row 3, it's veteran of the college series, the Houston Cougar, Abraham Villa.
Moving on into row number 4, it's Maverick Davis from Kettering University, followed by Liam Losil from Ontario Tech University. Rounding out your top 10 is Brendan Argenio from Folsom Lake College and Nicholas Sutton from Wayne State College. Row 6 will find Ryan Kilbassian from Rutgers University and Landon Slagan from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte.
Row 7 has Thaddeus Beekwalder in the for 13th position for Belmont Abbey College. Griffin Sawyer, Bowling Green State University, starting in 14th. Connor Zozen, Kettering University, starting in 15th with Sky Schreck. She'll be rolling off from 16th for the University of Oklahoma. Jeremy Burns starts 17th for the Lancers as we move here to Diego Val, the University of Dallas at Texas, starting in 19th.
19 drivers to take to this Daytona International Speedway is once again Taylor Burris. Time for another look at the Logitech Race Analysis to reset where we are in the bracket.
Absolutely. Let's take it back from the top here with group number 3. 12 laps here, utilizing, of course, the iRacing pick setup. 30 miles. Top 8 is where you want to be here in this first and second heat. You advance to second round, and of course, 9th through 20th. You go to that LCQ to where you have a shot of being one of those top 10 drivers to move on into that second round race. It's all for nothing. Patience is key, but also getting up on the wheel and getting set to avoid the big one will be critical as well.
Very, very important that you pay attention to who and where and what at all times. There are a million variables getting thrown your way, left, right, center. It doesn't matter where you are in this field. The challenge for these drivers is to manage them and to balance them and to figure out what requires the most attention and what doesn't in order to find your way to top 13, Group 2, and nothing else matters. Not even the finishing position of Group 2 matters, because again, everybody who makes it into week 2 of this tournament will have to requalify next Wednesday night. So if you finish 13th in Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, doesn't matter. You'll have the opportunity to set a qualifying lap and gain some track position, and then it's on from there. $19 more trucks. Get ready to get after it. Tyler Skosen, Ethan Shapiro, Peyton Wilson, Abraham Vila amongst the veterans. Jacob Martin's had a few starts in the college series. Ethan Shapiro, new to this. Leon Loisel in the mix as well. Brennan Argenio also trying to find his way in. But many drivers fighting for just 8 spots. Everybody else to the LCQ this time. Jacob Martin from Belmont Abbey and Tyler Skosen from UNOH to lead us to green one more time. We're underway with group number 3 here from Daytona. And 3 wide, they go immediately. I'm not sure if somebody might have missed a shift or something in the middle, but maybe Liam saw something that the rest of this group didn't. So way up to the high line, off and going and gone and trying to make that third lane work, but will it work out for him?
So far, it might not be good for some of those drivers as they get stuck on the top lane all by their lonesome as they come down the Daytona Superstretch. Martin and Skosen currently just trying to make sure that they be the Pied Pipers for their respective lanes as they get themselves situated. How about Davis from Kettering getting a little bit of help from some drivers behind who are trying to line up behind him. I believe that's one of the UNC Charlotte drivers right there working with him, of Slagan, to try to see if they can propel themselves into the top 8.
Making moves quickly here as they continue to start working their way through things here. And big moves there for Martin, who's got control of this over Bradley. Skosen, Wilson, Shapiro up towards the front of the field and continuing to shuffle their way through proceedings to see what they can or can't do here at Daytona. You see Peyton Wilson now jump to that high line, immediately trying to give chase to Martin on the inside. Outside lane really trying to go and Loisel just not having any help up top. There are drivers that I think that might be interested as we go on board with Reading, Pennsylvania's Tyler Skosen, but just not enough help for Loisel to get up there immediately. That third lane, I think, is probably going to come in at some point, Blake. It's just a little bit too early to make that call.
We've seen it develop really quickly. All it takes is 2 or 3 drivers willing to go up there, and it looks like Vila jumping out of line there as we come around to complete lap number 3 is going to try and do just that, but just as quickly will work back down to the bottom, or at least back down to the middle lane or so, to try and get back in line and make some moves here, which again, we mentioned it at the beginning of Heat 1 and Group 2. Same could be said for Group 3. These drivers have had all this time. They've had hours upon hours of footage to watch, of practice, of all those things. They've had the advantage of being able to take all this information in, learn exactly what they need to do and what moves they want to make, where they want to be, all of those things.
Makes you wonder what kind of advantage you do or don't have in Group 3. I'm not necessarily certain, but I think, to your point, Blake, there's something to be said about just watching and getting a feel for what you can expect and not necessarily going out completely blind. Taylor, there might be something to it.
Absolutely. There might be a little bit of something that we could see starting to brew up, though, as we go 3x3 off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. I'm really curious because we're starting to really see a little bit more aggressive pushing as we're not even at the halfway point, especially in that middle lane. And that's where we've seen most of the chaos start to work their way through is Sky Shrek trying to see if she can break into the top 8. She's right there representing Oklahoma. You're on board with her as she comes through the middle off the outside lane with some help from Lucille right there as she gets a big push, moving away to try to get that outside lane lead.
Again, you can just see that outside lane, especially coming out on corner exit. They get such a run down the front and the back straightaway. And the question is whether or not you can maintain it in the corners. That's been the trouble for the outside lane the entirety of this night. Does not matter what group it is, does not matter what race it is, but just nothing in the mix here. There's yet another one of the Oklahoma Esports contingent trying to make their way up to the front of the field in Sky Shrek.
Getting rolling here with this third lane pretty well. Again, it's so difficult when you get 5-6 trucks or so stacked up 3 wide. And you've seen it all night long. There's really no lane that can progress as the Rutgers driver gets turned further back in the field. That is Kilbashian that is turned to the outside wall. Damage to the right front of that truck, but also well enough off the pack. They're going to lose a draft and have to rely on something chaotic to happen up here to hope that they can advance to the top 8.
Well, the 4 trucks there immediately in line, so that's Biegwalder, Wells, Bozian, and Valle. Those 4 got in line very quickly. I think they recognized the task at hand, and they have done a nice job of rolling their way back to the front as we take a look and see what happened to Ryan Kilbashian. Sideways in the middle of turn 4, bounces off the fence, loses a draft. Kilbashian we will most likely see in the LCQ.
Yeah, it looked like some contact with Sutton right there. That's what caused the issue. So a tough break for Kilbashian. Has to recover now and hope that he can have it. More contact at the front of the field. More trucks around as chaos ensues for Sky Shrek and company. Tough break for them. This will cause some separation and some others to get back into the mix.
Tough breaks for a lot of drivers to the back of that field, and that also made the math, I think, pretty easy for the drivers who are in the top 8 because we didn't have all but 7 trucks stay in that lead group. Everybody else ended up in trouble some way, somehow. Diego Valle is the one who has the transfer spot as it stands.
And a good run for there for Valle to avoid all the chaos right there and representing the University of Texas at Dallas as he will try to hold on 11 spots gained to avoid all the chaos. Has a little bit of breathing room, but the problem is all by his lonesome as he has to deal with watching out if Saboyan and company will close the gap between himself and the closing 5 laps. But Martin, I think it's safe to say for these drivers right here in 7 trucks, just try to make it to the end. No need to worry about it. You are guaranteed to at least move on to the next round.
So Jacob Martin, Jacob Bradley, the Jacobs leading things. Davis, Vila, Argenio, Sutton, Shapiro, the 7 trucks in this group. And Valle now, the 1 truck sort of on his own. Connor Zbosian, who might be catching up in the draft, but Zbosian's got more damage than Valle. So I would say advantage Valle if they have to go head-to-head for that 8th spot with 5 laps to go.
And there's really nobody, well, that's going to make the decision a lot easier there. Boson coming down and having to service the truck for some required repairs. So it looks like there's not a group or any formation behind Valle that's really going to make it a challenge to hold on for that 8th position. Just has to hang on here for the final 4 laps, and Valle should be through.
So now the question becomes, sort of like we saw, I think it was the second first-round race in the last group. So take a look here at the replay, see how this all shook out, where the madness started. Looks like Shrek got into about 2 or 3 trucks all at the same time there, and then they all sort of piled in behind.
Yeah, tough break right there, and unfortunately that takes out several heavy hitters as well. Skozen involved in that one, as well as we see Wilson and company. So tough break, but with 3 laps to go, it's safe to say as Valle coming down with that drive-through penalty.
So Valle's got a drive-through penalty. Landon Slagan, Jeremy Burns, and Elijah Wells are all together, and all of a sudden, we now have a battle for the final transfer spot.
They go on by, and Valle's still in the pit, so it's going to be these 3, and it's going to be the leader of this trio of trucks that's going to advance. You can see damage on the UNC Charlotte machine of Slagan. You can see damage for Burns, for the Lancer as well out of Longwood. And Wells also has a little bit of damage for the Texas Tech machine. So each truck with their own little bit of adversity here that they're going to have to try and overcome. But again, it's the truck in front that is going to be the only one to advance. Now, Skozen and Sawyer, they're 2 seconds back, but it's only 2 of them, so don't think that they can catch up here in the final 2 laps. So leader of these 3 will transfer in. Battle on the top of your screen is to just make up some positions and get a better starting spot to try and advance to the semifinals. But right now, eyes turn to that 8th position as they now reach the start-finish line. They're into turn number 1 now, so they'll have 2 to go. The leaders will come around and take the white flag this time.
The interesting question, I think, with those 2 trucks that you mentioned, Blake, is whether or not they've got less damage and can take advantage of the draft to link up with this group and maybe a 5-truck battle. They're right on the edge of starting to catch the bubble. They are reeling in that trio, so this could be a 5-truck battle for 1 position to make it directly into the second-round race. Keeping an eye on that. And here they come. Yeah, they're definitely going to make it up. They're definitely going to have a shot. Do they pop to the outside here? Yes, they do. And they try and make some moves here. Now they all fan out all over the place. And all of a sudden, is that Elijah Wells who tries to take advantage? They are 3 wide, and it wouldn't matter because Landon Slagan would have the final transfer spot. I'm not sure if you realize that. And Brendan Argenio, I think, might have gotten something.
Genio is disqualified here, as that is something that is going to change the whole outcome of this. That now puts Burns into the top 8, leaving Wells, Slayer, and Skozen right there in hunt as they come across the line here. Who will have what it takes to transfer?
How this shakes out, how crazy this goes as Bradley and Vila continue to work their way through this. And now at the line, it's going to be all sorts of nuttiness. Craziness as it stands as Skozen and Sawyer try to race, maybe turning each other, maybe making moves, maybe pounding the fence as 2 beaten trucks try and make it back to the line. And at the end of it all, Taylor Burst, it didn't matter, I guess, because after all the resets and everything, Tyler Skozen, I think, is the last one that makes it.
Yeah, they were both racing each other for no reason after the chaos that happened behind them. That allowed them to move on. So kind of a little bit of a scratch of the head of what happened, but a tough break, though, for Brendan Argenio to get that penalty, and now he will finish outside of the top 10.
A lot of late penalties in that, but Blake McCandless, if you need a saving grace, you have the opportunity to claw back in the LCQ if you missed it.
That's one thing these drivers, starting with Sawyer and on back, can rely on. As you can see, the rest of the field, again, probably more drivers a lap down, several not able to keep on going after the huge crash that we had with about 5 or 6 laps to go. It was a tough one for many of these competitors, but they still have some hope to try to get through the LCQ. But before the LCQ, we got one more heat in this first round.
All right. So that was a wild way to start off things. Bradley Erickson is going to start off things up front for the Arizona State Sun Devils. He'll lead the field to green in our second first-round race in Group 3. Matthew Morton, representing the Ohio State University, rolls off from second. Connor Trafari and Ricky Burbank are a pair of Charlotte 49ers that start third and fourth. The Converse Valkyrie, Jake Cummings, rolls off from fifth. UNOH's Aiden Stevens starts sixth.
Moving on to row number 4 as we get set to see who else will join us here today. It's Timothy Holmes from Horry Georgetown Technical College alongside Landon Kelly from Seminole State College of Florida. The University of Gulf is Nick Badson with the Griffins, and Connor Yarashak, the University of Calgary and the Dinos, round out your top 10. Benjamin White with the Agronauts of the University of West Florida with Gabriel Jordan from the University of South Carolina Union.
13th, you'll see Christian Garish for the University of Northwestern Ohio, one of 8 competing tonight. And Faraz Khan for UC Santa Cruz will start in 14th. Dylan Siracusa will start 15th for Warren County Community College, and Martin Roberg will roll off 16th for the Huskies of Connecticut. Jared Smith for Jacksonville State will start 17th, and the University of Kentucky's Jonathan Ocasio will start in 18th, with Charles Atente Bashur starting in 19th tonight to round out your 10th row. And the drivers looking to try and make it up into the top 8.
Same story here. Final time we will see this first round Logitech G race analysis in this tournament. Taylor Burris, one more time. What does the first round look like for us?
Well, it's been the same here for pretty much every heat race, but you know what? Let's give you a quick rundown in case this is your first time seeing the action tonight here with 12 laps for tonight's action in this heat race. That's a big setup, so everyone's got the same deal. It's the same car. It's all about how well you drive for 30 miles around the circuit. The top 8 will advance to the second round here tonight. From 9th to 20th, it's time for you to go to the LCQ and hope that you have what it takes to advance.
Trucks now onto the banking here, and again, top 8 to your second round race directly. Everybody else to the LCQ. Erickson and Morton with the opportunity to lead the field of green this time by. And the DQs there, that was the wildest thing to me. The disqualifications, the penalties at the end. We saw a massive shakeup there, Taylor Burris, right at the end of that first round race in Group 3, unlike anything we had really seen, I think at least that comprehensively throughout the evening so far.
I think it's safe to say in every growth that we've had a penalty that kind of shook up the whole heat race this route. But as we take a look at some of the paints there's that purple machine, the Valkyrie of Converse University with Jake Cummings out there. And keep an eye on a couple of competitors out there. We got a couple of real-world the Timothy Holmes machine of Horry Georgetown. I love that chrome lime neon green right there. Absolutely great paint work from our paint designers to showcase the college colors, representing them, and make sure for some of these colleges that they turn up the levels of their fight songs to get themselves ready to go as we get set here today.
Opportunity to showcase the matte and the chrome finishes that you can find just in the iRacing paint booth as well. So a good opportunity to showcase the broad spectrum of color that you see. In the meantime, pace car will pull off. We've got one more first round race to show you this evening as the green flag will unfurl, and we'll have the opportunity to see this group of 19 drivers race it out and figure out which 8 will advance directly into the second round of proceedings. Off they go here at Daytona. Lots of action in the back. This group has decided to split themselves apart pretty quickly.
2 distinct groups, as you mentioned, about the top 10 or so pulling away, and I don't know if it was a stack up in the middle of the field, but you could see a little bit of separation, about 3 or 4 trucks that are trailing at the back of this pack, and you hope that if you're Smith or Siracusa, someone like that, that you don't lose touch with this lead pack as they work down the back straightaway. It's going to be close to whether they can get enough of the draft to catch back up, but quickly, 2 by 2, as they work off of turn number 4.
Continuing to roll here. One truck trying to take it 3 and not necessarily having a lot of success. I think it might have been Benjamin White who was up there for a little bit, but trucks back in line. The 3 drivers hanging way out back. Christian Garris, Dylan Siracusa, and Jared Smith. Those 3, I think, electing to be behind everything if it pans out as it stands. Everybody else basically your top 18, keeping it double file.
Currently, right now, as we watch, Erickson leading the charge at the front of the field. Of course, has some real-world racing experience competing in the ARCA Series during at certain points in his career. A couple of other drivers I noticed in the field. Of course, for Ocasio, representing Kentucky, races for Magic Kart in the Pro Shifter categories in a variety of karting championships across the United States as well. Keep an eye on him as he tries to be careful, work his way up through the field as they go 3 wide at the front of the field. Big wiggle for one driver as he gets collected. Actually collects Jarashak as more drivers get collected in the incident, but I think it's safe to say not severe damage for Jarashak. Burbank, though, out of contention here.
We'll see whether or not there's any major damage as it stands, but as we continue to roll on, just Roberg and Burbank in particular out of contention of this and going to be stuck headed off to the LCQ. So we lost maybe one or two, but here's a look at the Kentucky Wildcat, Jonathan Ocasio from Avon, Ohio. Lots of cool stuff. A few Lego race cars I see left-hand side, but talking, communicating, trying to work with people, I think, whether or not it's spotters, crew chiefs. If ever there's a track where you cannot do it alone at Blake, it is Daytona.
Ocasio, I think he even is well aware of the fact that he's on screen. Somebody gave him a little heads up, gave us a little bit of wave, which is not so easy to do when you're going 190 miles an hour in the midst of the pack. But I think the job is made a little bit easier when you don't have so many trucks around you. You can kind of see him at the tail end of this pack right now, trying to decide and size up this pack and think, do I want to try and fill a gap in the middle right now? And it looks like he's going to go up and try to do that as Trafari trying to cut in and lead that middle lane. And, you know, we talked about this in our pre-race show and the struggle of the Charlotte 49ers and the University of Northwestern Ohio drivers throughout this race, and yet Burbank out early in this one, isn't going to transfer in through this heat, still has the opportunity in the LCQ. But can Aiden Stevens, can Trafari kind of carry the banner for two schools that we thought that have been well represented throughout this semester in this series, but have struggled to avoid elimination throughout these last couple of races? And again, it's not just Stevens, it's Garrett that's in that same position as well, currently on the outside looking into the top 8. But it seems those struggles that they had at the Queen City Crown somewhat carrying over into these races as well.
Not too much movement amongst the front of this field outside of maybe Ben White, who's raced his way into the top 8. Here's the look on board with Trafari, currently the highest running 49er in this race. Now that Burbank has found the fence and carrying the middle lane of this too, and he's got some pretty solid people behind him as well. And worth noting too that there's some green and gold there behind him, same as the colors of the Charlotte 49ers, but as it stands, strong grip on the control of the middle lane here, which is a pretty good one to be in, especially if they really start racing 3 wide a lot.
He's been, trouble behind as more trucks get collected. Several UNOH drivers, Yarashak and Ocasio, collected in the incident. Tough break for him and the Kentucky Wildcat involved in that one. But back on Trafari right quick. He's by far been one of the best runners representing UNC Charlotte here all race long. Everyone else from the UNC group has been mid to back of the field here or getting caught up in incidents. So Trafari really trying to bring it home for the UNC Charlotte team.
Trafari pushing, now control the outside lane here. They did get broken up a little bit after the incident that took out Ocasio, Faraz-Khan, Nick Basden was also involved in that one too. So 3 more drivers out of the mix. So from 13, 8 making it in this lead group here, just taking a look at things. Going on board with Ocasio, who went to the high lane. Basically just at an unfortunate time more than anything else here. They got stacked up in front of him, and he had to check up and try to avoid all of it. Yeah, a little bit of contact there with one of the UNOH drivers, and Ocasio was just wrong place, wrong time.
The engine expired for Ocasio, so I had to bring it back down pit road, going to end his bid to try and finish in the top 8 so far in heat number 2, but still plenty of seats at the table available for some drivers that managed to navigate that incident, that aren't scathed, that don't have any damage. There's more than 8 spots up here, more than 8 drivers that are caught up here, as we almost have trouble at the front of the field. Morton and Trafari made contact. That was close between a pair of drivers that ran very well at Charlotte a week ago. Morton won one of his groups last week and trying to advance through as we see some smoke on the front straightaway with 4 to go.
You've got 3 names with Trafari, Morton, and Yarashak, who's the second truck of the outside lane. Those 3 have been there, done that so far as the college series is concerned. And even Jake Cummings, too. Cummings, one of the most experienced drivers, if not maybe the most experienced driver in all of college series competition. The one wild card in this, and the one newer driver amongst this bunch, Arizona State's Bradley Erickson, the second truck on the inside lane. So a little bit of youth in there as we go on board with Jared Smith out of Cedar Bluff, Alabama. But a lot of drivers who have seen college series action at the highest level for some time running in the top 5.
Yeah, as he's trying to get a chance into the top 10 or top 8 right now. He is currently right behind White for West Florida, and he is trying to see if he can get that little extra here to get around him with 3 laps to go. But White will shut the door. Contact is made between the 2 of them. That has to cause Smith to back off a little bit, try to rewind himself up, and go again here down the back straightaway.
Jared Smith just hanging off the back of this group here. First truck on the outside looking in, but with a gap if there's another incident that happens. Here's Jake Cummings out of Pofftown, North Carolina. For those familiar with Northwestern and maybe Central North Carolina, looks like Pofftown is pronounced Pofftown. And Jake Cummings right up on the rear bumper of Connor Trafari. So 2 drivers with North Carolina ties trying to make their way to the front here in Florida.
Doesn't have much further to go right now, sitting in the 5th position and wants to improve some spots, but I think sitting right now where Jake Cummings is, I think you're well okay to just try to see if that bottom lane can beat the middle, move a couple of spots forward, and call it a race there. There's still plenty of heavy fighting here as White and Holmes trading some spots back and forth. That's for 8th. They're in right now. They're going side by side, but Ken Smith, Saracusa, Garish, Stevens, those drivers that are just barely hanging on. This is their last chance to try to get up in the top 8 as Trafari will make the move to the outside, coming to the white flag.
There we go, white flag. All of those 8 in. Jared Smith's got to go somewhere, some way, and needs some form of help. Where do you go if you're Jared Smith? Outside will probably get the run out of turn 2. That would be an option. Is it the option? There's Matthew Morton. There's Connor Yarashak. 2 drivers with all kinds of experience. How about Yarashak about to get the push to Morton to make the outside go and make the push up to the front of this field. And Trafari also there too. Outside line with a huge run there down the back straightaway to make it work. Taylor Burris.
Here they come. Lap traffic up ahead of them. Could this cause a little issues for these drivers as they come out of turn 4 side by side? Morton over against Trafari as they come across the line. Edges out ahead as they work their way through. Give it to Matthew Morton to win the heat race. We'll have to see who transferred because it was close there right at the LCQ for seeing who moves on to the next round.
Timmy Holmes got Dylan Siracusa by a bumper. They were double file coming to the stripe, and in the back of that pack, Holmes is the last one to secure an automatic spot in the second round, along with Morton, Trafari, Yarashak, Erickson, White, Cummings, and Jordan. So Siracusa on down will be racing in the LCQ.
Starting here with Jared Smith, Stevens, a part of that pack, but unfortunately not able to make up spots. Baston Burbank got turned early. Martin Roberg, a couple of drivers that have an opportunity available to them in this LCQ.
One more last chance qualifier this evening. This is its starting grid. Looking at this group, Griffin Sawyer from Bowling Green rolls off from the pole. Dylan Siracusa from Warren County Community College starts second. Peyton Wilson from Wilson Community College will roll off from the inside of row 2 to his outside. UNOH's Christian Garris. UNC Charlotte's Landon Slagan rolls off from 5th, and 6th on the grid belongs to Jared Smith.
Texas Tech's is going to be Elijah Wells, a couple other notable drivers. Connor Zaboyan from Kettering, and then, of course, Nick Batson in 12th position.
Back here, page 3, We mentioned Roberg, Bergbank, a couple of drivers wrapped up early. Ocasio, engine expired in the wreck that he was involved in, trying to climb back up from 18th.
Liam Loisel, Ferris Khan, Sky Shrek, and Charles-Etienne Boucher from Limoilou in Quebec. Those are your 24 drivers set to compete for the final spots in the second round race. One more time, let's look at our Logitech Z-Track analysis. Taylor Burris.
For the last time here tonight in racing, we will only go 12 laps for this fixed setup. The top 10 advance to the second round of tonight from 11th on 24th. It's pretty much day is done. Time for you to go back to class, go back and do your homework and get ready for Iowa because you will be eliminated. So the goal is here tonight, don't get eliminated and stay in the top 10.
Stay in the fight. Give yourself a chance to make it through. Give yourself an opportunity to try and get some points next week. If you make it into week 2, you are getting on the scoreboard no matter what so far as the final standings go. And if you want to learn more information about the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by the Play vs. College League, you can scan the QR code on the bottom portion of your screen for the chance to register now. Race for $60,000 in scholarship prizes. So you can visit pcl.tg/pages/eNASCAR for more information on the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Blake McCandless, as they come up to speed and we get set to roll off for pace laps, anything that stood out to you about either Group 3 or just the LCQs in general?
I think we've actually seen some cleaner racing through these opening couple of laps than I thought we would. Again, you get back to these drivers, some of them, most of them, I would say, wrapped up in incidents. They're a little heated. They're desperate, and I think that's the one thing that this format has brought out. We saw it at Charlotte a couple weeks ago. We see it here tonight. Is kind of the desperation that nobody feels safe. Whether you qualify on the pole and you're leading your heat or you're somewhere further on back here in the pack, that nobody feels secure at any point until you finally can take the checkered flag and kind of give us a sigh of relief if you're able to transfer in. So I think we see that transfer in from these prior LCQs that we've seen tonight, and we'll see it, I'm sure, come to fruition again here in this one.
I think we also have a lot of interesting setups that are going to come our way from the Taylor Burris, because we've seen races where all of a sudden we get wrecks middle of the way through and it changes the picture. All of a sudden we get races that go double file pretty much until the very end. I think of the second round race in Group 2 as a good example of that. And we don't know the major sort of shifts in the picture until half a lap to go. So I almost think it's almost a coin flip as to how you race this LCQ to make sure you're in the second round race.
I mean, it is. It's certainly a coin flip. Some drivers are going to try to be aggressive like we have seen in previous LCQs where they get to the front as quickly as possible and try to hold on for dear life. Some try to play it safe and conservative and work their way up gradually. We're going to find out, though, as we get ready to go racing for 12 laps.
All right. One more time. Pace car off. Green flag. Out and away we go racing with Griffin Sallier trying to bring it home for the folks of Isaac Zumberlands. The Bowling Green State University Falcons in control of this. I guess this counts as some Wednesday night action, Taylor Burris. I know it's not a Tuesday night, but close enough, right?
I mean, can't go wrong with that here as we get set to see the action, as we really got to see the action amongst the competitors. I got to say, we did have some college football happening already tonight between several colleges going head-to-head, but of course we get set for the action that we're seeing here and this weekend as we watch on with Bowling Green leading the charge of Salyer. We're leading on with Wilson and Slagan in hot pursuit of that second lane is starting to form up there on the top side as they come through the middle of 3 and 4.
You've got two very distinct camps very quickly. The inside lane, which is committed to not making any sort of major moves, and the outside lane, Blake McCandless, all trying to hustle their way to the front of this in very short order as we go on board with Folsom Lake College's Brendan Argenio.
See a lot of trucks just getting so upset handling-wise in the tri-oval. Another bump there to Garish, who has to hang on to it in turn one. And, you know, that's one thing about Daytona that's always really tricky is you never think that the tri-oval is where handling comes into play and some unrestricted vehicles that really fly around this place. It's probably the most difficult part of the racetrack, but even in these trucks, we've seen it all throughout the night that's where a lot of calamity happens. Getting through the tri-oval is something that has proved to be difficult, and we see a lot of trucks that have been upset as we, not just because they're coming to the line and they're trying to get to the spot before the checkered flag, but drivers that are dipping down, trying to get back down in line and using a bit of the apron. Again, that's one thing that you've probably seen throughout the course of the night is that drivers are able to get beneath or below the yellow line. There's no restriction on drivers being able to go down there here tonight. They can race down there if they so choose. They're not going to be penalized or anything like that. And again, you even see Khan just in front of Landon Kelly here, who we're riding on board with, doing just that. Although I don't think it's intentionally. They're seeing some drivers continue to dart out of line like we've seen all night long.
Landon Kelly making moves here and going to get a big run off the corner. A little bit of a gap there from Landon Kelly to the rest of this field. But where do you place yourself? Where do you want to be to try and avoid all sorts of craziness?
It's a tough call to ask, but you heard a little bit right there as we were on board with Kelly how much he was lifting right there. Yes, he had the run. He could have made that charge if he wanted to, but he decided to back off knowing there's still quite a bit of racing left to go. Being quite patient here, not pushing the envelope, and try to see if he can fire himself down the straightaways as best he can. Being patient, being smart, waiting for that opening.
An eye out here amongst that top line. We've got drivers trying to work their way up through that third groove to the high side of the field. Peyton Wilson goes up to block it. Oh, a little bit of sideways action there. That was Landon Slagan, who was a little bit off kilter on quarter exit, as we are now properly getting 3 lanes developed. Middle lane starting to fall apart a little bit, actually, but now starting to see all of the nuttiness that we have witnessed in the other 2 groups, especially these LCQs go to the fore as they are just about, there's the turn, there's the wreck on the outside. Trucks getting turned around and sent into the fence.
That's the big one happening once again at Collected Ocasio, Lozelle, Schreck and company. Tough break for a lot of those competitors.
That'll end the day for about 5 or 6 different drivers, and Argenio now last truck in line.
And that started with a truck in the middle lane getting tight, getting up into that outside lane. And how many times have we seen it throughout the course of the night that a truck that barely scrapes the outside safer barrier, just it slows that truck down just enough to bring it to a halt. And there you see it. It was that white and red truck where that initial contact happens with Garish. And then, again, everybody moving up and trying to avoid this. And we've seen this throughout the course of the night. Again, no caution flags being thrown, so you really have no incentive to lift. You're just hoping that you're going to put the throttle down and just hope a truck doesn't come swiping across the front of your truck as it comes back down the baking. So unfortunate there is Burbank right now hanging on to that final spot, as there's, I think, 11 or so trucks, Wilson being the last one, so 12 that are a part of this lead pack.
Landon Kelly and Faraz Khan are just off the back of it. Not particularly out of the draft just yet, I think so. An opportunity still for them, but they've got to get up to this. They've got to find their way to Aiden Stevens, who's the last truck in as it stands.
We have about 14 trucks who are in contention here right now with the closing laps here as we have crossed over the halfway point, and it's so far between UNC versus UNOH, between them going head-to-head, as the Stevens is stuck in a UNC sandwich with Slagan and Burbank.
It's a double file just the way. All eyes, all sorts of stuff here going on. You see Jacob Martin from Belmont Abbey College. They're talking, they're watching, they're looking at things, racing together from a room. I think they're looking at the wreck that just happened. Thaddeus Beatwilder, one of their was caught up in that, so they're looking at the replay trying to see what happened to Thaddeus there. Oh, and then trouble a little bit further up, and trouble for some of the leaders there. As we see all that, now that splits up the lead group even more.
That is surprising. They had plenty of time, and that will move Khan up into the top 10 for UC Santa Cruz, as he will be that final driver. Wilson also fallen off significantly off the pace.
So now we're down to, 5 or 6 here for Khan. Now the transfer driver, as Wilson has the damage that effectively will take Wilson out of contention. Khan all alone, Kelly ahead, and not really anybody else behind. So Khan might be okay just rolling around because everybody else is pretty well torn up.
Wilson and Burbank, if they can try to find their way together, they could make a late race charge to catch up to Khan. That's the only thing I would keep an eye on, but I think with Burbank, significant damage falling off the pace here, I think it's safe to say Khan can get that 10th spot.
So we are going to turn our eyes here to, I believe this is, Khan representing the University of California at Santa Cruz Banana Slugs, which, so far as mascot names go, Taylor Burgess, you're not winning that.
I mean, yeah, you are pretty much, but sometimes slow and steady does win you the chance to move on to the next round, and that's going to be the case here for Khan as he continues to hold on. He continues to pull away from Wilson. Gap is about 6 seconds, as there you see the little guy right there, the Banana Slug, holding charge and making sure no one gets past him before this race is over.
They have, maybe predictably, Blake McCandless now strung out to single file, knowing that this is all for starting position at this point. We've effectively eliminated the transfer battle through elimination of some of these trucks. So we've sort of solved the drama, I guess, on one end, but there's still the question of, are we going to see a late move that maybe changes where these drivers start and how close they start to the transfer line in the second round race?
Well, again, I think we saw this earlier tonight, that drivers who were already locked in to the semifinals next week, they were still willing to duke it out for what ultimately a win that didn't really mean a whole lot. You know, you have to requalify, as we've mentioned a couple of times, when we get to the semifinals next week, and yet we still saw a lot of pretty aggressive moves coming down the line for the win. So, yeah, I think who is decided, but not where it has been decided yet. And we'll see if this second line can form up enough momentum to try and run these top three down. I think we may be able to see some moves here on the last lap, which, again, you want to improve every position you can setting up for the final feature of the night, because it's going to be big as we come around to the white flag. Big move here on the outside.
So, little note here as these drivers take the final lap. The drivers on the radios here were initially thinking and looking at this. They're like, well, why are we racing side by side if we're all in transfer spots here? So we'll see whether or not they work together the same way they did a few laps to go. But here we go. Lap to go, Taylor Burst. They're starting to race again.
They certainly are, and it's like egos out the window. It's time to race and see who can get the better starting position. And it's going to be close here as they go side by side. How about Texas Tech trying to see if he can get a win here today? But as they go through, multiple drivers having some issue as they race towards the finish line.
At the stripe, Griffin Salyer gets it, and it's largely a parade for Faraz Khan, who will come across the line, make it 10th. Make our jobs pretty easy here. We know the 10 that are going to advance into the second round race in group number 3. See the ball spread out. They've got one more race to run, and so do we. Because after all of this, we are set to rock and roll. We'll take a look here and see how things shake out. So Salyers, Bozian, Wells, Syracuse, Kilbashian, Kelly, Argenio, Stevens, Valle, and Khan. Your 10 that make it.
Great effort from each one of those drivers there, but from 11th on back, it's time to go back to the drawing board, go back to the classroom, study up for Wilson, Burbank, and company. And it looks like, if I remember correctly, I think it's a fair split between both UNC and UNOH drivers who are going to be moving on into the semifinals so far.
One more time tonight, we get to see these trucks in action. We've made it to our last race of the evening. It is the second round race for group number 3, which means We've got another grid to go through. We've got one more set of drivers to roll off. Bradley and Morton from Purdue, Indianapolis, and Ohio State, the front row. Vela and Trafari from Houston and Charlotte in row 2. Sutton from Wayne State. Yarashak from Calgary making up the third row.
Moving on into row number 4, it's Maverick Davis from Kettering University with Bradley Erickson from Arizona State University. Rounding out your top 10, it's Ethan Shapiro from Babson College and Benjamin White from the University of West Florida. Rounding out in 6th row is Jacob Martin from Belmont Abbey College and Jake Cummings from Converse University.
Row 7, you'll find Jeremy Burns for the Longwood Lancers, Gabriel Jordan, the University of South Carolina Union, starting tonight in 14th. Tyler Scozen for the University of Northwestern Ohio from 15th. Timothy Holmes barely squeaked in from his transfer for the Horry Georgetown Technical College. He'll roll off from 16th. Griffin Sawyer starts 17th for Bowling Green State, and Connor Bozen will start tonight in 18th.
Elijah Wells and Dylan Syracuse from Texas Tech and Warren County Community College make up row 10. 21st is Rutgers' Ryan Kobashian. 22nd is Seminole State College of Florida's Landon Kelly. Brendan Argenio from Folsom Lake College and Aiden Stevens from UNOH start 23rd and 24th. Final 2 drivers to this grid are Diego Valle from the University of Texas at Dallas, Connor S. Khan from the University of California at Santa Cruz. Ted Laverish, one more time with the Logitech G Race Analysis.
Absolutely. For the final time, drivers will do battle for 24 laps, 60 miles. The top 13 advance to next week's semifinals. Everyone from 14th to 26th. Well, it's unfortunate, but you will be eliminated and out of competition. We'll hopefully see you next month in Iowa, but that will conclude the action, and let's get set to go racing once again for the final time tonight.
These cars make their way to the ranking. Blake, if there's anything that stands out to me about this bunch in this second round race, the experience at the front of the field. Bradley, Morton, Vila, Trafari, Yarashak, White, Cummings, Burns, Scozen. A lot of these drivers not only have been in the college series, but they've been in the college series for a while. They've seen this kind of competition. The format might be a little bit new, but they're certainly no strangers to the stage.
Well, and I think kind of like we saw in the previous feature into the features throughout the night, that they're just going to want to maintain control of this race. Starting up front here, like you mentioned, the experience that only pays to their advantage, but being able to stay up front, to make the moves, to make the blocks, to control this race from the start, I think it's going to make it difficult for some of these drivers to make their way forward, given that so many, like you mentioned, very talented drivers starting up at the front of the field.
Talented and experienced, and you've got some big-time drivers that I think also are going to have championship aspirations. Morton and Yarashak immediately come to mind in that bunch, and we may see a surprise from a Vila, a White, a Cummings, drivers who all would love to supplant Logan Clampett as the champion of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series in 2026. But that's a long time from now. We've got a few tournaments to go through before we figure out who is going to be the College Series champion. As we get ready to rock and roll, one more time, Jacob Bradley, Matthew Morton, 2 Midwestern drivers representing the Boilermakers and the Buckeyes, will lead us to the green flag for the second round race in Group 3, the final race of the evening for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Green flag is out. We are off and away with the second round race in Group number 3, and it is double file pretty much all the way through. This a slightly more even start as the outside really gets up to full song, and immediately some of the drivers in the back starting to look towards that outside lane to gain some track position.
How about Morton with a big push from help from Connor Trafari to make sure he can lead out of the opening corner, but it's going to change its hand here as they work their way down the Daytona Superstretch as they reach up to full song here. Drivers just jockeying Morton as Bradley leads the charge on the bottom.
Rolling through and making things work as best as they can are this group, this bunch of 26 drivers as the fun continues to shake out here. Lots of stuff going on in that outside lane. That's an interesting one to watch out for, I think, because you've got Morton up there, you got Jafari up there, you got Yarashak up there. That's just about a who's who of some of the drivers who have had speed in this college series.
We all know the draft is the great equalizer, they call it, here at Daytona. So they have the track position, but all it takes is one bad bump from anybody or one block that's slightly mistimed to completely flip this race on its head. And again, you don't get to take anything back here. One mistake, that's all it takes. That's what all these drivers are so nervous about and have been throughout the course of this night, that all it takes is one mistake from one driver, and it affects everybody. And for what we've seen throughout the course of the night, as long as you can just get through everything, I think you'll be okay. And that's probably the approach here for Brendan Argenio here for Folsom Lake College, that, like we've seen a couple of times, giving plenty of space, 2 or 3 truck lengths in front of him or so, just to be able to see what happens. And you can even hear in the throttle input just the fact that he doesn't want to get any closer, that he's content to ride in line right now. And I think people out there would be surprised how much you're lifting in these trucks, not only if you're in Argenio's position right here, but throughout the field. Even if you're second or third in line, you're doing a lot of lifting. You're having to be really cautious, really careful with how you're having to manage this race, because these trucks, they punch such a big hole in the air that they provide a ton of draft, but also a ton of drag.
You're lifting, you're also dragging the brake in some cases as well, Taylor Burris, and it's the balance of that that I think really is, if you're looking for a place where skill makes a difference in plate racing, that in particular, and you see it in the trucks, but I think it applies to pretty much anything that runs at a plate track. Doesn't matter whether or not it's ARCA or Xfinity or Cup. How and when to keep your momentum up physically with your engine is a big piece of keeping yourself in the front of the field in plate racing.
It certainly is. And, I got to touch with Blake on this. We see a lot of these drivers just managing their throttle input, but also a little bit of that trail braking, playing with the throttle to just keep that momentum up by not just letting off the throttle will be a big help for them as well, until you're on board with the Ohio State University driver of Matthew Morton, who is trying to hold on to that inside lane, but just making sure you don't try to run over your competitor, but just keep that little bit of a bubble there to help cushion it and get yourself ready to where, if you can set yourself up for a slingshot, it will be one that will be of help and not hinder.
A lot of the LCQ drivers I've noticed are intentionally backing away from the script. And Salyer on back, pretty much. All of them staying out of the madness up front.
But how long will that continue? 5 laps into this, still very, very early in this race. Bradley Erickson riding on board here for Arizona State right now, riding in the 6th position. And I think, we've talked about it a lot tonight, is finding drivers that you're willing to work with. And I think when you look at some of the names that are up here, I think that's why you see everybody so committed. Because if you're Bradley Erickson, why wouldn't you want to work with somebody who's been able to win races in this series, was the Coke Series Rookie of the Year, and Connor Yuroshak, Matthew Morton, who's been able to do the same and has had similar success in this series. That it is one thing that drivers often look for. We talked about how important finding teammates and finding friends has been out there tonight. Not only do you trust them, but you kind of want to learn from some of the greats. If you think of all the great super speedway racers there have been in NASCAR over the course of the last several decades, you want to work with the names that you trust and that you know are going to be making the right decisions.
They have managed to get a little bit more double file at the front. It's now effectively top 20 that are all packed together, and then maybe the final 5 or 6 that are hanging out back here. But I also think there might be a matter of clicking off laps. I wonder, maybe Taylor Burris, this might trend a little bit more like what we saw with Group 2, where they basically didn't move a muscle until the last half lap, and that's when we saw the change.
I had to agree with you on that, James. I think everyone here, it's just I say that, the Kettering University driver right there just trying to make his way known. That was Davis, and that caused a little bit of issues for some of our competitors. But before that, I think it was safe to say yes. Everyone up towards the front of the field being patient, not pushing the envelope as we watch one of the Rutgers driver up Kilbastian drop all the way back to 18th right there, and now settle in line. Just trying to take your time. We still not even at the halfway point of the race, and set yourself up for what could be a good shot of you taking on and moving into the semifinals for next week.
Where do you go? What do you do? How much do you try and force the issue on that high line? We've seen some drivers take to that third line and try and start it. Nobody, though, as of yet, particularly interested. Maybe Kilbastian, but I think Kilbastian, if anything, he's thinking about the incident that caught him out earlier on in this group. It definitely made it a little bit more difficult for him to get into the second round race. Maybe the one person that might have good incentive to run up on that high line, or at least away from everybody else.
Surprised we've kind of seen that third lane die out as quickly as it has, whether it's the heats or the features. When we've gotten to this juncture, we're usually seeing at least one driver try it, and, well, just as I say that, somebody's going to duck out of line to try and make it work. It's Skozen right now. Again, that's a risky move, given that that is right around where that cut line is.
Also, another reminder that you can scan the QR code there on your screen to find out more information about the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. You can register, you can learn the schedule, you can figure out how we divvy up the $60,000 available in scholarships to students. Visit PCL.GG/pages/eNASCAR for more information. Third line there, getting ready to move. Timmy Holmes tried. That was very, very sketchy for a split second there between Holmes and Jake Cummings. Cummings just about got turned across Holmes' nose.
Yeah, but he was able to hold on to it and keep it going here in the right direction as himself and Holmes try to see if they can go to the outside lane. Big push coming, and there's trouble behind. Big time accident happening behind this group of 12 drivers as they try to negotiate. Let's see who survives it, but right now it is Burns from Longwood University who holds that 13th spot.
A tough situation as Burns trying to gather it back up to catch up to this pack. He's not going to be attached, but this is the look of what happened here. A huge stack up, and in fact, I think, trying to just barely come up and use a little bit of that help. Driver's already there. And that's why you want that track position. It's a tough spot to be in when you're outside of the top 10.
Just a tough break all around as we get a good look at the leadership now. It's Jafari and Cummings and Timmy Holmes. Connor Yarishak is going on board with Jerry Burns.
I will say Burns holds on to that spot. He's all by himself, and everyone ahead of him from Shapiro up to your leader is all right there. Why are they going to race? And here is the gap from Burns to Wells with Texas Tech. About a 4-second gap, but Wells does have some help from Argenio and Kahn, so they could close the gap between now and the end of the race with only 12 to go.
So this is going to be interesting here because you've got this at least duo baby trio. We'll see how they play it. A little bit of a bump there. I see it. Okay, all right. Well, with that punch, if they can get linked up together, they could run down Jeremy Burns. No question about it. The gap is about 6 seconds or so, but once they get formed up, that's going to start coming down. They got 12 laps essentially, try and make up that ground and make it a 4-truck battle for one spot.
That's not going to take very long. With Burns being completely out of the draft, now 1.8 seconds back, and it's going to continue to get worse and worse. I mean, they're going to be approaching that Longwood truck in maybe a lap or two. Maybe 3. It's not going to be a very long time. So Con, Wells, and Argenio, we'll see. They'll play nice right now, but as soon as they get in front, one of them gets in front of that 13th place cut line, it's gonna change the dynamic of how that group works together. Again, depending on what happens up here, right now Euroshak, he's bailing out. He says, "Okay, I've seen enough. I don't care to be a part of this. We're all in anyways. Why are we doing this?" And so Euroshak's gonna kind of make seems like a Denny Hamlin-esque veteran move here to dip out of the pack, goes back to 11th, knows that he's in. But again, they're going to, Con, Wells, and Argenio, they're going to come up on Burns here very quickly. Only going to be a couple laps before they approach the Longwood car.
They've started to figure it out. That gap's gone from 6.5 to 5.4 in the span of a lap. So go ahead and do the math. Maybe about 3 or 4 laps before we see a battle with Jerry Burns and these 3 trucks to try and figure out who wants to be the final transfer truck as the leaders continue to battle here. Holmes now drops to the bottom in front of Cummings.
Great move right there by Timmy Holmes to try to lead this charge, but here comes Erickson around the outside for Arizona State and the Sun Devils with help from the Agronauts of White as they work their way down the back front straightaway here. Big push coming. You also got Connor Trapari trying to get himself going, and there you see Con is closing in. It is down to just about 3 seconds here as they work their way through. That banana slug is on a rocket ship.
I thought slugs were supposed to be slow, but in this case, that's not exactly what's happening here with Faraz Khan, who is reeling in Jerry Burns with the help of Wells and Argenio. This is going to be for a transfer spot here. Slingshot, engage to the top line. There they go, right around the outside of the lap truck. And here comes Jeremy Burns. What does Burns do to try and block this? That might be the biggest question. Is Burns going to sit, going to try and slide up the racetrack? Not going to make any sort of challenge. Just going to try and hitch a ride on the back of this train to maybe, just maybe, the spot in this battle. So now you've got a fight between these 4 to figure out who wants to be the one.
Well, I don't know if it'll be 4. The problem with Burns is that he was so much slower as a single truck that I thought he was going to be a little more desperate to try to at least break up this trio, because you don't know if he's going to be able to latch on to this trio of trucks right here. He's about half a second back, and it looks like he's just barely going to be able to hang on. But that's what I was worried about for Burns, is that they were going to be going so fast, they were going to get around him quickly, that they were going to be able to drive away and actually break the draft. But it looks like here that he did just enough to be able to hang on here. And now it's going to be the leader of just this trio of trucks, or now I guess quartet, if you want to call them that, that will have a shot to try and transfer in should nothing happen up front. Again, that's very much a possibility as well.
Well, as we see continuing adventures of Holmes, Erickson, Cummings, and company up top on the bottom. When do you make this move if you're any of the other 3? You're not necessarily in a bad spot if you're Con, but Taylor, I don't necessarily think you're in a good spot either.
No, you're probably in the worst position right now, because you know for a fact Wells and Argenio and Burns, they will help you for now. But you know once that white flag comes out, all chaos will break loose tonight. Exactly. Is anyone going to be shouting at Khan, as we see Captain Kirk do many a times in the Star Trek universe? I got to say, it could be a possibility, and we could see a battle of the ages happening right here amongst these 4.
We're not necessarily terribly far away from the Space Coast of Florida here at Daytona Beach, so I suppose Star Trek references are not necessarily out of the question as we continue to see these 2 groups go after it. Fun battles up front. Everybody having fun. Also worth noting that amongst the back drivers in that group, Matthew Morton has joined Connor Yarashak. So I think same sort of thinking there, Blake. If you have the spot, if you're in top 13 and you have to requalify next week, what's the point in fighting at the front end?
Yeah, unless you have a friend or somebody to push that you know is going to stick with you. If anything, Euroshak and Morton, I know that they're good friends, so they have the same line of thinking here, that as long as we just get to the end. It kind of reminds me of stages in NASCAR, when you see a lot of drivers that are about 15th on back coming to the end of stages at super speedways, that they just kind of lift a little bit and let the few that are going to fight for the points settle it amongst themselves and live to fight another day. And that's exactly what Euroshak, Morton are doing with this group that, again, we saw this earlier tonight, and they were single file until the last lap. That has not been the case here in this 3rd group here tonight, as they have been double wide, despite the fact that, again, they're 14 seconds well into this thing.
how this will shake out is going to be a lot of fun. 5 laps to go in the second round race. 5 laps to go in the evening for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series as drivers continue to work their way around the World Center of Racing. We've seen this effective 6 now, 8 truck or 7, 6, somewhere between 6 and 8 trucks at the front of this field here, go double wide. Although that outside line is starting to lose some momentum, so I almost wonder at this point if even that group is starting to, I don't necessarily know, lose the will to race is the right way to frame it, but again, all of these drivers, all they have to do is cross the stripe, and they will be in next week's proceedings.
Absolutely. They just got to make it through to the end. No need to be making brave and heroic decisions these final 4 laps for any of those drivers inside the top 12. Just get to the end. You're guaranteed a shot in the semifinals. They have to re-qualify next week. It does not matter where you finish inside the top 13. It doesn't give you a starting position for next week's semifinals. It's all re-rack them and restack them and go at it once again. So you got to be smart here. These drivers want to race hard for the glory of it, but still, what is on the line is good chance to race in the semifinals.
A chance and an opportunity to try and make this work. Look at the lap traffic that these drivers are working their way around and all of the trouble and chaos they have to navigate. Part of the issue, it's almost like we're in a short track plate, McCandless.
Yeah, a lot going on here in this transfer battle. It's just sizing up, when are you going to make this move? When is that decision going to happen? You'll have to remember the group up top, they'll take the white flag, and we'll still have a while to go through for Kahn, for Wells, for Argenio, for Burns to try to make their move. Now it's 3 wide at the front of the pack, or at least they thought about it for just a moment with Trafari. It's getting intense here as now, there goes the move. 3 to go into turn 3. Wells trying to make the move to go on by, using a little bit of that apron to get it done, but now Wells in the transfer for Texas Tech.
Raiding the lead is the Texas Tech driver now, and taking control of the transfer spot is Elijah Wells. So can Wells hang on for the Red Raiders out of Lubbock, Texas, or will there be some competition between Argenio Arcon or even Jeremy Burns, the Longwood Lancer, who had control of the spot before the other 3 caught his truck? Could he potentially keep a foot in this?
They're going to try everything they can right here as we watch the battle for the race lead on the top. And there you see the Texas Tech driver of Wells doing what he needs to do, being ready to go on the defense should we see Argenio and Burns make a run. They were able to get around Kahn quickly, and Burns is going to try to push Argenio to get away from Kahn here as we get the white flag one more time around.
Here we go. Leaders trying to fight this out. Blake McCandless, and the transfer battle beginning to really pick up.
Yes, it is. Timmy Holmes at the top of your screen leads the field off of turn 2. He's looking to try and pick up a win, but now here's the transfer battle down to the white flag. Texas Tech's Wells right now hanging on to that final transfer spot. Argenio's going to look high, but doesn't look like Burns is going to go with him.
I wonder if the pushes that Argenio has given, they've been a little bit firmer than either one of Burns or Kahn's, and that might be why Burns decided not to make that move. Kahn might be the one that controls this. Here's the race for the lead and the win in group number 3, and what a move from the inside. Jacob Bradley is going to duck below all of them to get the win in Group 3. Now to the transfer spot battle. Kahn's going to have the opportunity to either slingshot Burns or maybe take it on his own. Oh, Wells got on the banking. They turn behind him. That might be everything that Elijah Wells needed to see as the 3 trucks behind him got into it and solved Elijah Wells' problems. In the end of the Big 12, we'll have a representative in the second week of competition as Texas Tech's Elijah Wells gets the job done.
I gotta say, it's been a great weekday so far for Purdue and a lot of state or colleges in the state of Texas, I have to say, for tonight's action. Multiple colleges from Texas coming in.
All kinds of fun in this, but we turn our attention to Jacob Bradley, representing Purdue University in Indianapolis. He gets to have this group's Logitech G winning moment, which is presented by Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Bradley with that big time move on the bottom. I wonder how much that's going to foreshadow next week, Blake, because I expect we're going to see something like that.
Absolutely. That's just the name of the game, whether it's going to be Jacob Bradley or Dylan Alt like we saw earlier. But that's the thing with Daytona. It's so unpredictable. It'll change up a little bit when we get to the feature. We'll have some cautions there that could change things up and bring some strategy into the fold. But Jacob Bradley, just too good for him here tonight in a late race move that I think, again, we'll see a lot more of in a week's time.
And all 10 of these drivers going to be competing next week as well, Taylor Burris. They've all transferred as top 13 finishers.
Absolutely, an incredible drive from a lot of these competitors. But how about this? We see here, of course, Connor Yarashak, Matthew Morton, Elijah Wells, those last three drivers. But unfortunately for Faraz Khan, Jeremy Burns, and Tyler Skozen, some well-reputable drivers we see compete on the regular, out of contention. They'll have to try again in a month's time at Iowa.
Same story for all these drivers here. Vi, Martin, Sawyer, Stevens, Syracuse, and Jordan all caught up in that wreck about midway through this second round race, and they too now get to turn their attention to Iowa Speedway for our third tournament, the Harvest Cup, which will feature in November. So, 39 drivers that will have the opportunity to try and claim the Clash on the Beach here at Daytona next week. Taylor Burris, what did you see tonight? What stood out to you this evening?
Well, the one thing I have to say that stood out to me for sure was the patience that we saw from some of our front runners at the beginning of these races. They were very patient, try to work with their competitors that were around them to try to at least get some separation and hope maybe an incident happens behind them to where they could just settle it amongst themselves and set themselves up to make it to that next round. But for drivers from outside of that group, it's what's critical and crazy how it happens and work their way up through the field. As here we take a look at the reasons of those drivers who took their time to get the chance to move on to week two.
All of your competitors here, Blake McCandless, a lot of really talented drivers, especially when it comes to plate racing.
Absolutely, and thinking about the drivers that are on this list and what they're going to be able to do and the points that they're going to try to grab in terms of the championship, but also the names that we thought we would see on this graphic that aren't on here. Again, I think a lot of us saw, the Falkinghams, the Nannies, the Sanchez's. We expected them to be here, and they are, but there's a couple, again, Dylan Basin, our winner from the Queen City Crown, not on this graphic. That is huge in terms of the championship. It's still plenty. Matthew Zwack, Matthew Morton, several others that'll transfer in.
I think Tyler Skozen from this group and Mario Miranda, I think, from Group 1 is the two that surprised me the most, that didn't find their way in here just off the experience. But guess what, Taylor Burris, for these drivers on this graphic, that's not their problem. They can worry about that in Iowa. But for now, they get to turn their attention to week 2 and an opportunity to claim this tournament. And we turn our attention now to Mooresville, Indiana's Jacob Bradley, who is the top driver tonight in Group 3.
Absolutely. Jacob, I got to say, it's been a great day for you and the Purdue University, picking up a couple of wins here in tonight's action with, of course, Bowers winning earlier on. I mean, what's the motivation and, of course, the excitement going on with Purdue with this competition we've had?
Yeah, I know Purdue Indy last season had a really fun time. We were the only college that had 2 people in the finale, so I'm really glad that Purdue main campus is really bringing it on this season. I didn't know how Daytona was going to go for us, but it seems to treat us nice today, and hopefully we can bring it on in the next round.
Well, now we kick it up a notch next week. A lot more patience is going to have to come into play. How are you going to be prepared going into week 2?
Just got to get qualifying right, and that made it a lot easier, especially starting so high up in that first heat. So if I qualify at about the same spot, I got a good feeling for the next heat and then ultimately the feature.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to Jacob Bradley, your winner here in Group 3 for Purdue University in Indianapolis, to take home another win for Purdue this night here. And I got to say, James, this group is definitely going to be one to watch going into week 2.
Yeah, definitely. I think right there with the UNOHs, with the UNC Charlottes, that's a group, as Jacob pointed out, they've had a strong history of success in the college series. They are continuing that as we have blacked out all of yellow and red and blue, our Group 1, 2, 3 action, our first week of action, done. Blake McCandless, we turn our attention to the semifinals, the last chance qualifier, and the finals, where we're going to figure out who claims the clash.
Absolutely. I got to say, from 120 drivers, we're now going to whittle it down to 39 and then once again to another 25. It's going to be exciting to see how this all plays out.
Blake McCandless, what are you most excited for looking at next week and what we're going to see in the final week of competition in the clash at the beach?
I think I'm just excited to see who can come out and execute, because what has every driver pretty much told us from the beginning, whether it was to start this night or what they're looking forward to in a week, is qualifying. And you're talking about thousandths of a second that will separate these drivers, being able to go out and do that, and then hope that you have enough friends. Again, it's going to take a team of folks to get you into victory lane, but you're going to have to do that knowing that everybody else wants all that scholarship money as well.
Got a lot of people fighting for a little bit of scholarship money, but a lot of competition between now and then. We'll see it all next week with the semifinals, our final last chance qualifier, and the finals of the Clash on the Beach comes your way 7 p.m. Eastern, Wednesday, October 22nd. eNASCAR.com/live, the place to be. All the action for the World Center of Racing. For all of our partners at eNASCAR, the Play vs. College League, and Logitech G, for our director of the broadcast, Drew Adamson, and the wonderful production team, both in Massachusetts and around the world at iRacing. For my colleagues in the booth, Taylor Burrish and Blake McCandless, I am James Pike. Thank you so much for watching Week 1 of the Clash on the Beach, the virtual Daytona International Speedway. We look forward to seeing you next week when we find out who claims the second tournament of the year for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series.
Big dream.